well, we have a severe thunderstorm warning, so that's interesting. Eh, um, that's new. That is just. I am in disbelief that there is a severe thunderstorm warning in the middle of the winter. In the middle of the winter. Where it's supposed to be snow squall warnings and stuff, but now we're actually getting like severe weather. Computer's gotta be so slow. There's a severe thunderstorm warning. Alright, chat. Well, I'm gonna get my one mic up, and I'm gonna get the other one up. So now I got both mics up. Hold up. I can't believe it. I'm actually in an SVR.
Bro, I thought you were playing a video.
I caught it last second too. I actually got it.
You're not even in control.
It's bad. Oh, it's not for me though. It's for Buffalo, but that's that thing's huge too. That's not no like that's a big hail core. Oh, and he's gone.
Bro, I'm so
tired. Yeah, you are, but like, holy crap. That is probably the largest hail core I might have ever seen. I'm gonna turn off the day and night. I'm gonna cover the whole SVR here. Dude's Wi-Fi sucks.
Yeah, I really don't understand. Wi-Fi's fine.
How is there actually an SVR?
That's actually a good.
That's probably the biggest hail core I've seen like since July 10th. I'm with the backdoor camera. Oh, he's gone again. Yeah, I got both my mics on right now. I got the outdoor one up and I got the indoor one.
Why don't you always do this?
I don't know. I got both of them though, so that's interesting.
That's weird.
The meshy not, but like. Okay, I got a camera for the storm. It's my camera, but actually it's facing the storm right now, so. There it is.
Catalog is deep.
That's as far as like south as the camera can get. I can't turn it in the other side or else it will like.
Is this storm gonna hit over you?
Probably, yeah. I can't believe it though. I'm gonna post that on YouTube here in a minute. The alert, I actually caught it.
Okay, Pearson.
It went off when you were in the party, so I don't know if you heard it or not, but
Yeah, I heard it.
yeah, and then I left because I went to go record it.
Nice food.
Yo, thank you, dude. Alright, I'm posting it now.
In the video, are you like?
Yeah, I'm really freaking out in this video.
Did you even know?
No, I just left. And,
No, I meant like. Wait, is that a hook? Is that a hook?
no way, bro. That's the
Never mind.
I can't believe it. I'm getting severe weather for the first freaking time, and there is a hook on the storm. Is there? Let me look at velocity.
Yeah,
There's like slight rotation.
The closest camera
Look
I
at
have.
Yeah. Look at Sunset Bay. They're actually like there's like slight rotation over Sunset Bay. Like in between Lake Erie Beach and yeah. It's kind of crazy. If we get a tornado warning, I doubt it, but if we actually do, that's crazy. Like I cannot believe that. It's just wild, dude.
Alright, I have a camera.
There's like slight rotation over Sunset. Like in between Lake Erie Beach and it's kind of crazy. Nope. Yo, can you still hear me?
Yes, but barely.
Nope. Alright, I'll turn it up a little. I'll only turn it down because of the other mic. That's disgusting.
I freaking wish it was. Wyoming balls.
Yeah, you're serious, aren't you? I forgot to plug in the other radio. I gotta go do that.
I'm scared. Like, why are you so scared?
I'm just not though.
Chicken butt.
Boy.
Money on my balls.
There's money in your balls.
Yes.
You're a mini boy. I hate the balls like me. I hate the balls like me.
Talk.
It's actually echoing really bad.
Yo!
Nope.
You mind talking? Maybe we can talk.
Dog.
Nope.
Thank you.
Bye.
I'm gonna devour your balls.
Yo, bye. That camera stop. I hate does that. It loves just magically just stopping on its own. It's like Nesbit poop.
I'm gonna queef.
Bye!
What?
Yo, that's... Why is that storm getting worse? And it actually looks like a supercell. Ethan has rotation now.
So this is south.
Yeah, that is as far south as I can get. I'm trying to go southwest, but that thing's in the way, so...
This is facing northwest in Olean. This is in Olean.
You just send me the link, I'll probably put it up.
Okay, never mind. I'll
Oh,
just
that's
send
an
you.
old camp.
Huh?
I've been there. I've been there.
Here, I'll send you the link then.
Yeah, I'll just put it up.
There's a northwest and a southwest camera, but I use the northwest one probably. Might have seen the poop.
Yeah, I see you. Someone was like, no, you don't. Sorry, this is me. Was it green? Oh, I think it was green. Oh, I can't look at it because I can't scroll down.
What?
Never mind.
Is that the northwest one?
It has audio. What the heck? You probably hear it. Yeah, you probably won't be able to hear it, but...
You know what you could do? You could still have your south camera like on the big screen, but have like this camera like as like just a little bit bigger than the radar, like put it above it or something. I don't know. You know, am I lying for you?
Yeah, you kind of are, so... Stop streaming.
It's 1 degree in my butt.
Stop.
Poop.
There's snow on the ground. There's snow and there's a super it would be one thing. I remember, like, I think it was last year or something, I made, like, some random, like, weird alert. It was, like, a severe thunderstorm warning, but it said, like, squall, using, like, something. Imagine if that comes true right now. Like, and that's a supercell. I could see it on the camera. Oh, he's gone. Oh, this. You're listening to my audio file. Is that loud?
So loud.
I know, probably is.
Okay, it's not lagging anymore.
wish PJD would be here.
PJD? For all we know, he probably got it too, or maybe he's asleep or something. Fine, I thought it would stop by now, but it's not stopping. I don't get it.
It's pretty goofy.
Like, everything, my computer itself is not lagging. It's just it keeps making the restream reset. But yeah, what if one day, have you ever like gotten a call or restream or even heard PJD's voice ever?
Yeah, he was on the last stream.
How old is he?
Oh, how old is he? He's like 17.
Do you think he likes it when we call him PJD? Wait, what part of New York does he live in?
He lives in New York, yeah?
What?
He lives in Mendon.
Menhood?
Mendon.
Oh. Mendon?
Wayne County, New York.
Oh, that's right next to you.
Yeah.
Oh, you said Newark? Newark, New York?
No, I said Mendon.
Oh.
Man, don't.
Okay, I'm looking at Wayne County, New York. There's not a single place called Mendon or whatever you're saying.
Just look at private chat.
Mendon. Wait.
It's like southwestern Wayne County.
No, it says it's a town in Monroe County.
That's weird because it's not in Monroe County, but okay.
Maybe it's like on the very outskirts of it.
Yeah, it's Wayne. I know because I've been there.
Yeah, bro, if you go to Google, look up Monroe County, and scroll through the cities and towns, it's literally one of them, Mendon. Why is that so hard to believe?
Because poo.
It's so bad if PJD lives in the same county as you.
Yo, I just heard thunder on the camera.
Are you sure? Does this camera actually have audio?
Yeah, it does. I don't know if you can hear it from my thing, but...
Well, I can't tell if that's your outdoor mic or the camera.
Well, I don't have my outdoor mic on. All I have is my normal one and then the computer audio.
So you think this is a good camera though?
Yeah, it's probably one of the better cameras for sure. It's higher quality and it has audio, which is rare. Yo, I think PJ... Okay, no, that's Cantex. It's some random. He's joining
Random.
Random should be able to hear it now.
Wait, the southwest
one just got lightning.
But it's
facing southwest. There's no.
My ear. Yo.
It's called attic radar, but okay. Yo, can you hear it now? That's disgusting.
Yes, bro. I didn't hear it. I tested him out.
That has to be loud. Is that loud for you? Bye.
Bro, I really hope they issue another one. This is definitely gonna miss you though.
Yeah, it's not even close. I'm never gonna get it on my
butt.
Bye.
Yo, Cantex, can I eat your rolls like me? Dang, bro, I love you.
Wow, that was fun.
But like, wow.
Dude, echo cancellation,
Oh my
like,
God.
ruins the audio. This camera's about to get cooked. Alright, I just turned the volume to 50.
Ooh,
Well,
yeah.
yo, this camera's so
Devin-
bright. I'm like,
Devin Booker poop.
you're joking.
Jimmy Butler balls.
Bye.
Rope poop.
Okay, the storm seems to be dying.
Isn't it SVR anymore?
No, it's not. At least I don't think so. Expired it. They can't. What happened?
No! So that means they're probably not gonna issue another one.
Nope.
Rah, baby boy.
You already posted it?
Who dips? Nottingham. Steph McPoo. Steph McPoo. Sorry if I just ruined your childhood with that one, but it's okay.
What do you mean, poop?
Is this? I don't think this camera's cooked anymore.
Kevin Durant poop.
Bye.
Why are you so scared?
Except his hand poop, like it's disturbing. Hand poop is that. Connecticut State off. I'm surprised they even caught that one. Way up the county. You're both we on it. Why yo, yeah, yo. There's still hookups. I need to be down here. There's also a lot going on. Do not look at northern Pennsylvania. That is disturbing. Cloud looks very goofy. It has been raining a lot though in the last couple days, so really, it surprises me still. But there's a lot of snow on the ground still. But dude, if there is an SPR up here in the middle of the winter, also what is that? Am I seeing that right? Yo, look at the top right of the screen.
What?
Look at the top right of
What, the dark cloud?
yeah, it looks freaking insane. It looks like the poop's about to drop.
You stop.
It does.
Did you post the poop?
Yeah, it looks
French balls.
yo, you're a joke, and I hope you know that.
I don't see it. Bro. I don't see the alert. Oh, never mind, I see it. Fuck!
Nope. No. Yo, you better Charlie. No, that's.
I'm gonna poop right in the way.
You don't.
I'm gonna poop right in the way. Huh?
You don't have Spotify.
Stop.
So, I know you look like you
Stop. Cap. Yes, it is.
Ruby alert. You're like General Poosack.
Scared.
Hey, you're like a receiver poop.
Cap.
So what game you playing?
I don't know. I think I have to go to bed soon.
No, you don't. It's only 11:07.
It's actually 10, but
It's actually 11.
scared. Well, it's a school night though. I know you don't have school, but you actually don't. SRT poop. Nice balls. I'm gonna jerk your ball. Dog. Dog.
Wow. No. Wow. That's a blow up.
I will wait.
God. God.
Okay, just let him see. No, not right now. Don't let her in there, Hayden. Shut the door. Did you shut the door? Why would you do that? No, I didn't leave. No, I didn't.
Oh, speak.
If I have to go get the door,
Talk.
I'm not gonna store you.
I'm getting now.
Dude, I can't. I'm about to go to bed.
No, you're not.
Look at him. Dude, it's 10:17 at this point. Cap.
Not that. That's just a
That was loud. Loud.
Go. Yeah. She was the worst thing ever.
Yeah, we're right. Nick.
No.
But you're right.
I'm actually wrong, really.
You're wrong. You're right.
Ding dong bubble.
Ring a ding 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 dong. Ring a ding 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 dong. Ring a ding 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 dong. Can you frickin' stop?
Very long, but
You want the poop?
the one for the
Can I hop on this?
hop on.
Baby.
Oh, that's it doesn't. Wait. I just like
And the crowd goes
Cap stop.
God wins the game. He's expecting the 41-year-old.
Cap stop.
I made it.
No, there's no camera.
Cap, yes there is. You go like
Elephant balls.
you're so
Elephant balls. Here.
No way. The flashlight actually works. What? Just run. Redstone, gypsum,
Show me tomorrow, bro. I gotta go to bed.
yeah, we don't. Not showing tomorrow. Well, you won't get on to it. Flight team does not stand up.
What? What? What did you say?
Flight team will eat your poop.
Just quit talking to me.
No, not happening. Yeah, rest in peace again. You should have hit back this weekend.
A Poozuka? That's bad. What type of is that?
I'm blowing you.
Rest in peace, my grandma. Bye, as you go.
What are you saying?
Rest in peace, my grandma. She died.
You saying my mic's lagging?
Yeah, probably.
I queefed.
Bye.
Yeah. Let's wrap this up.
Talk. Talk. No. You're deleting.
Oh wow. Why is it glare at 10? It's disgusting, bro.
Yep.
Not down.
Actually is, but honey mustard poop. Honey mustard poop. Little by poop. Gosh, I love your ball.
Oh, that was scary. Crap. Bro pooped in his leg.
Talk.
Scary. Big one.
Oh, that looks mad scary. Yeah. It'd be like poo dips. Yo, hell beast. That looks insane. That is bright. That is very bright. Yeah.
Is live. However, what's commercial in the itself is the reason behind it. And made it clear the whole thing will be done. Poonis is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. On July 23, 2023, at 7:07 a.m., the police department in Cincinnati, Ohio, was contacted by a distressed man who was clearly going to the reports.
Don't know what his deal is. He's got a purple wig on, over there, Hollister. He's falling and he's standing on the street. I think he's running flat. I'm trying to leave and he just. Man, what? Trying to show the cops are coming. Just get back. Listen to me. I can't leave. Like he's standing here. He won't let us leave. We're cornered in a corner. He's standing here now. He's literally coming. Now he's running. He's just literally standing there, staring at us. And if I knew for that, I knew for that. If I knew the right,
Yo, that shit's fucking nice, bro. Imagine you trying to take your kid up in the party, bro. You got a man wearing a purple, like a mom, something.
But an officer is on his way.
What's going on? So what are you doing down here, Brandon? Okay. You don't have any medication, Brandon? Did you pull your wing out? You know what's exposing it? Did you do that? You said you did. You did. This man. Oh! Oh!
There's no expert. There's nothing.
He says start resisting. Holy moly!
Following this across the rise in the form.
Was that a scooter? Did they run a scooter? Oh, see, I'm surprised. Still like on the waves, they probably see that it's really something wrong, so that's why they probably just like, oh. Man, somebody wearing a wig like that.
think that Officer McDuffie was bleeding out profusely from his head. Officer Ackerman attempts to cover the wound with a shirt.
Oh, he used that skit to gouge his eyes. Yeah, pull his pants up, man.
It's here that Brandon will reveal the motivations behind the callous attack, but not before officers realize that understanding Brandon will prove to be a challenge in itself.
Hey, this guy gotta get a platinum threat to like society bad, man. Close all the schools for 2 weeks, bro. Yo.
You ever been here? Say it again?
Yeah, he's on that good stuff, boy.
That's for me?
When Detective McNeil is on part of Detective Titus, we would like to speak with you about this morning incident. I know it's probably
Bro, one thing, bro, I don't even know how these interrogators, how do they like come into this room with a straight face, bro? Like, imagine you going in a room to question, like, why are you gouging and assaulting a cop, and like, why are you doing some other weird shit in the park? You know what I'm saying? And then you walk in, this dude got a purple wig on, a red hoodie on, his pants literally down to his knees. Like, what, like, bro, his eyes are like these every time you talk to him, like,
really unexpected.
and you see the lady, she's sitting as far as possible back, dude.
He has read his rights and agrees to speak. Brandon begins by explaining that while at Sawyer Point, he got into a fight and was chasing someone. While it's unclear who Brandon was fighting, it appears that the people he chased were the ones who contacted the police, bringing Officer McGuffey to the scene.
What did you say to that?
Oh my gosh, bro. I've never heard that before. Someone, well, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, he wasn't supposed to do it. He took the cop's taser, but just in general, like, I've never heard of a taser going to someone's eyes before, bro. Yo, is he gonna be okay?
After being loaded into the ambulance, the paramedics attempted to check Officer McGuffey's eyes for injury.
I'm gonna check your eyes, okay? Yeah, okay. Are you able to open your eyes?
This was not slow service, right?
I can't. Not real small shut. Yeah, that would be slow.
So you took your taser, but you thought it was your gun.
and you pulled the trigger hoping it was a gun?
Brandon now reveals the reason he attacked him.
Why did you hope that? Why? Because what? Because he's white and what else? What's the other guy? You said something up on it. You said because he's white and he's because white and black. And that's why he wanted to kill. You taking any medication? Yeah. What do you take?
Man, you ain't taking no medication, bro. That man.
So speaks with investigators. Revealing
There's no way.
They
They probably gave him a bad batch of that medication or something, bro.
at the scene at the same
Bro.
time as Officer McGuffey. However, because he was on a Segway, he couldn't get there in time.
I'm getting there as fast as I can. When I started getting that butterfly feeling in my stomach, I saw the suspect standing over the top of Terry, who was bleeding profusely, kind of down in a fetal position. And from there, he still had a taser in his hand.
As his interview takes place the same day as the incident, Officer Hageman is able to provide an update about Officer McGuffey's condition.
Terry's he's doing all right. Out of everything, his badly seems to be he only ended up having a broken nose, which is good. I mean, we got to check out his eye out. He's at multiple times, speed over that was so he's in good spirits. He's doing all right. I think he's got samples negative too, so.
After he recovered from his injuries, Officer McGuffey was also able to speak with investigators and recalled the moment everything went wrong.
Well, the next thing I recall was I was on the ground with his fingers in my eyes. You know, I knew I had to get his hand out of my eye, and I finally did. At some point, he started tasing me and hitting me in the back of the head. But I also knew, in my mind, I knew I couldn't take many more of those hits. I thought, I'm done. I'm gonna die right here in the grass, and all I can think of to do is cover my head.
In his interview, Brandon stated that he hit Officer McGuffey somewhere between 30 and 39 times.
Damn!
While he ultimately recovered, Officer McGuffey discusses the extent of his injuries.
The injuries, I know you said injuries to your eye and broken nose. Broken nose, I had staples in the back of my head. How many staples did you get? 3 different places. I think there was a total of 10.
What do you think happened? You go down, yeah, you think you should go to your dad's house? You think you were right in that?
Despite his insistence that being sent to his dad's house was an appropriate punishment for his actions, Brandon...
Bro, sad part is I predicted to get some type of, like, mental insanity plea or some shit.
Reborn was indicted for 2 counts of...
Man, what the fuck? Hell no, I see why he had to wait. Man, bro, yo, we gotta start judging people, like I said, man, in 2026. Man, if this dude even with him having waiting on the instant, like, you know what I'm saying, like, something had to be going on. But, bro, let's just say he didn't even have his wig on, and you see somebody's hair. Bro, come on, bro. Look, what the fuck haircut is this, my nigga? Bro, what type of meatball haircut is this, man? Bro, he has 3 strands of hair, and then he just has nothing but a fro in the back of his head. He has a beard that ain't been lined up. He got like that 5 o'clock shadow that looked like he was sleeping under the bed. You know them cartoons where they sleep under the bed and they wake up in the morning, that 5 o'clock shadow? Bro, this dude looks like a damn milk dud that was dropped on the floor and they had a whole bunch of like hair and legs trying to pick it up, bro. Oh my gosh, bro. Yo,
Talk.
He was walking, bro. Yo, fam. Bro.
Talk.
You know something's off with him.
3, 1 count of attempted
Stop.
murder, and 2 counts of felonious assault. He was found guilty and
No.
sentenced to 22 years in prison.
87 overall, and then by the time we trade him, he's going to have a ton of trade value. So those are going to be the three signings we're going with. I'll make a couple moves to the coaching staff and sign a couple scouts, and then we'll get ready to next.
It's not the first time getting caught.
No, it's some of the team. Yeah. He's also not going to be signed to the team. So the only guy we got was Showing. It's time for us to go back into free agency and pick up some scraps. Since we're unable to get Max Domi strong, I guess we have to sell Victor Olsen to a 3-year deal at $3.2 million. Now with Blake Wheeler is they signed to a 1-year deal here to play the first line for Seth Jarvis and Sonny Milano, and then at the trade deadline, we'll look at that 50% retained and get a couple players for them, maybe some draft compensation. The team's definitely seen improvements. We signed this, and the reason Victor Olsen for the first line focus on targets, Olsen for the first line fit, so I want him getting the target. Defensively, we have a decent defense here. The only issue is that some guys have good defense. That's really what's holding us back. Eventually, we'll bring in new coach that did their defense a bit better, and they could get Kyrie Chilling and a lot better defense here. And then finish it all off, of course, we have Miroslav Like still between the fight for us, and we're also going to have John Gillies here. Both of these goaltenders played fantastic last season. We'll bring them back for another year, and then maybe over the offseason, we'll actually sign a goaltender for the future. Now, it really shouldn't be surprised we're one of the worst teams in the league here. Actually, we are the worst. 30-30 here with a 21-36-6 record. But there is one thing that's very surprising. It's our leading scorer. We have 50-year-old Eric Stahl has picked up 23 goals and 30 penalties for 53 points. Out of all the players on our team, Eric Stahl is really good. 8 away. I guess the one positive with Eric Stahl having a great season like this is the trade value. We're going to make some moves here. So we already knew I was going to be trading Blake Wheeler at 50% retained, but the question was which team is going to be sent to, and I think it's going to be the Nashville Predators, so we're going to try to pick up Tom Seagull here. But it shouldn't be much of a surprise. It's going to take more than Blake Wheeler to try to do it. Then you don't pick a deal, and we're getting this guy. Well, I thought we would have got this guy. But who knows, maybe a 7th round pick can be the difference maker here, and it looks like it will be. We picked up another nice young prospect. Actually, I don't know why I looked at the prospect. What would I say? If they're making that big pick up all those pieces of the team, 24 versus 3, always got top 6 potential, and all we can be really losing is Eric Stahl, 30 years old, on first beat on making this deal. To be honest, I have no clue why I'm attempting the deals I am. Like, why did I think Eric Stahl would be enough for Holland? They're 1 for 1. Eric Stahl in the 7th, though, that's going to be happening. Now, although we had a worse record this season, I don't think anyone would disagree that we were definitely a better team. We're going to be finishing 31st in the league, 30, 44, and 8. Focus in San Jose, Washington is shaking themselves. Seth Jarvis is going to get himself a great year. He picked up 55 points, can't complain with that. Simon Milano, 51 as well. Everyone's having a good season. We're going to be playing Tom Seagull. We'll reduce this week from our 12 points tonight. Not too bad. Off the third, I went 19 games. 52 for the review today. This season, definitely not going to be as good as last with 906 and the other 882. Last season, we almost this is reality setting. And I think the other two Oilers make this down. I'm sorry to this bad. Or way too dependent on one big game. One big game wasn't playing good. You're one of the worst teams in the country. Now that you're playing good, you're on a winning streak. If this man ever got this 5 weeks, well, we get it.
Educational and journalistic. This feels a bit expensive.
5 years at 1.7 million, then we go 8 years at $32 million. Actually, I like that contract a bit better. You go 8 years at $2 million. And some in Toronto, I can't believe you made 1.7 million. That's what 95 years ago. Because 4 years at 4.5 million, that's not going to stay. And we're also going to see the concentration by doing 8 years out of 29 million. You're not really, you're going to have a good rest of the contract like this is going to be fantastic. Victor Olsen, you were fantastic for us last season. We need 5 overall. You had some decent numbers. 55 points in the game. So it's good for you. Your trade value's gone up quite a bit. You still the cheapest back on your deal. The question is, I will 50% of big instead of for the Buffalo Sabres, we can pick up that. You'll be paying about 1.6 million in the next 2 years. You can get 85 in the these are some X factors already. It's going to be the way you lose. Unless a guy like Keeper Bellows is different, we can get a deal done like this. I highly doubt it, but you know what I'm going to try? That's an absolute steal. We didn't have to retain any money on Victor Olsen. He'll be a whole period. And we said, by the way, to make a great big signing for the season. And that rule is not going to be changed. However, we don't have enough forwards in the contract here. What we're going to do is listen to the rest of the game. And then right at the end of the game, we see the CPU this one between us. Whatever the deal we done will happen. So as we continue to predict that, on the second, we see the short article, multistream on all the years, all that we're going to go right I don't think I'll keep feeling right now. So this is what we're going with. Chicken party with Jordan Tyler with Jordan. I think it's really pretty cool. It's 76 over season in the world. And I think the plus all other 2 counties, forget it. Then cap it all off, pick up Kevin Levi with the off season. This is the future built into this team. Okay, already completely, I did not think it would be also front of this now. 17, I thought we were getting one great. Also, we're not looking at that for you guys. When it comes to making moves here, this is the first one we're doing. Showing some we're going to be going all the way through. But of course, we're not feeling fitness coming from the loop to the 7th club. That's going to make the difference here. That would be like, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to accept this deal unless you give me the 170th ball. We're going to be giving up a couple of this deal. That's it's very valuable. That's what we're talking about. We're going to be picking up the ball. I know we just gave up the night, but I think once it's done one day, we'll stick with it again. And it actually turns out that those large 2 trade rates Here 4 years with just under 2.4 million. It's going to be a good first race. All the way to 4 years. David right here. He said, as they start developing though, it's over. They don't get breaks out. He's 84 overall, 24 years old. Consistently putting up great numbers. He's jumping to 86 at the beginning of the season. Watching the Queen, he's probably going to get ready to save fun. He's looking at the team. Look at the next guy. See the left foot of the team. See the start of the here. Look at the team. I just want to 45, Christian Kayak, I thought myself, he does look weird. He doesn't look pleasant on this thing. That is very healthy. We're not worried about that. Team's getting better. Trust me on that. If you're wondering what happened to Phil, he's a new first one. The show you I wasn't even paying attention. I just realized we dropped from 1 to 2. Ain't no way we were that bad and then proceeded to drop from 1 to 3. And I can guarantee you, the guy that's projected number 1 to 3 is franchise footage. Here we go, jumping to the entry level draft. We just simulate the first 2 picks. That is the standing franchise potential base draft. In the first overall pick, medium franchise potential. For the Sounders. Second overall pick, medium potential. I mean, we're getting yeah, we cannot walk into the about that. He's actually pretty good. We're going to go off this guy right here. Now, we don't necessarily need a playmaker. We definitely getting this pass up one of these. That's a great selection. We can help him. You know what? I'm not really going to debate too much here. There's one thing down, and then Tom Cino, I'm going to trade you. And the only reason I'm trading you is because of Gavin McKinnon. He's only like 2 overall lower than you. He's made like a 6-year deal. It's kind of hard to pass up on Gavin McKinnon. That was a Gavin McKinnon. He's already 67. We're not done there. In the third round, it's the best team position. So these 2 guys definitely be better. The first one is something really good. She's got to be it would be a nice piece of on 6. She's got an interior, also nice on 6. So 3 years to 2 more one. Let's finish off a free agent signing. You'll give a Tyler Johnson, but you're also not set. Now that that depends here, we really don't need Tom's here. We're having a very difficult time trading him away. Very no hit, great draft, and look at this one. I think we got to make this trade. I think this trade will definitely help us out. We're saying no, but we're just a bit wrong. There we go. We got the deal done. That should help our team. This is potentially very risky move for us. We're going to get Dylan on the way here because he doesn't go the bottom 6. We're going to pick up Power and Moto, and we're going to play the bottom 6 here. I mean, there's a very good chance he does. You just never know big deals like that. So we'll probably try to sell guys this long. We just see all track. This time we can't say no. Yes. Okay, seriously, what do you want? Because it's 6 rounds. Of course, the 6 rounds we make. After picking up Talia for the early days, here's the 5.4. He's played some big second one. I think it's about the most contract. The most strong, I can always sign you for one. I'm not really sure if I want to do that. One for one next round. I'll put them all back. But that's this is what we see. Watch your movie, sign the one, send the first one. Then we have Talia and then Walker on the second. The 1 and 6 here actually really good. I mean, I think he's got a pretty solid team here. You should be able to make the most. The best would be like Taylor said, for sure. The next 2 guys, it's pretty hard. It's like he's actually ready to go. I think this team makes a big difference. And if you're going to make moves, you need a great defense. You have the Texas you guys suck. Because this is what we did to start the season. We started the season with 1-11. We won 1 game in our first 13. After that, we actually weren't playing too bad. 27. We started with 1-11. We were taking the first 13 games. We were 6-22. Not a great record by any means, but definitely a lot better than this. I think this is why we hope that was
There's a reason Arctic natives just call full one on
think it's time to do Mexico Outlaws to one of the best teams in the we're making this trade right here. Right, going to make this trade. We're going to be trading next season's first round pick because we're going to be a good team. We're going to try to pick up Brad here. He's an 87 overall. He's already got a superstar X factor. He's going to be the best defenseman on our team. And I think that would be the difference maker. I think what we're missing right now is a superstar defenseman. If we get this deal done like that, we're probably surprised. I'm going to go quite a bit to get Brad. So by that said, the prospect we just got with the second overall pick is not going to be enough to get this deal done. I'm surprised that he's just going to go. I don't necessarily want to give him more draft. We already have basically no trade factor next year to get rid of the third round in the field. We're not going to get a guy they're saying no, but it's just that they're low. We're bringing Brad Keller from the team. And of course, in order to get this deal done, the seventh round picks in the deal. We just picked up the best defenseman in the entire league. We still want a 3-year deal, $5 million. New Mexico Outlaws are looking like step it up. It's about time that New Mexico Outlaws are the best team in the entire league. We're going to be 49-27 picks. That's just fine. We're more than a 50-win team this season. Our offense is pretty good. 3.4 points per game. Our defense is good. We're going to have 2.77 allowed. New Mexico Outlaws are here, and this team's going to keep on getting better. Our prospects are going to continue to develop. This team's going to be number one in the entire league next season. That's cool. Let's just look at the score from this team. 3 minutes. Okay. I think we should be the favorites for the step up. For the first time, the New Mexico Outlaws are going to be in the postseason. Look at the first match in this season, taking on the Arizona Tigers. The New Mexico Outlaws after the fantastic for this team, taking the first 2 games of the series. Now we're in Game 6, we're down 3-2 in the series. We're up down 3-1 in Game 6 here. I'm going to jump into this one, hoping that the spark is on. Also, I was sponsored by some of our away jerseys for a team. Apparently I did. Even though our primary ones are red and orange, it looks like we team of coaches. It doesn't really matter what color our jerseys are. We put it for this here. It helps towards making this a wonderful game. That's not why this is another book here for the jerseys. I was like 99% sure that I did all the jerseys orange and green stuff good. Apparently not. We don't even have a one. That's tough. So you might have to that whole this fucking comeback. Now that's not really the case. Look at the way they make this a 2-goal game on the season. And that's tough. But you know what? Arizona's tough. He's kind of like a walker. And watching him tweet, he's going to be tweeting. Defense, he's going to be back and short side. I have no clue how he got this past week on Twitter, but he picked this wonderful game. But unfortunately, it looks like the punch is not going to be on our side here. Arizona's going to be, they're just too good of a team. They're going to be taking this down. So for example, this is what the home jerseys look like. We have like red and orange with black as an extra color here. I mean, these are actually like some pretty decent jerseys. Unfortunately, that didn't translate to the away jersey, so yeah, this is the only jersey we're going to be watching here. Unless we get big teams that don't wear the away jersey, but yeah, kind of sucks that we're not going to have all the jerseys this color, especially with the volleyball. People don't go to sports. So, we're actually a really good team. We're going to go on to win this one. I've taken the year out of the down to 7 games. So considering we took 2 games away from the Stanley Cup champions, I guess that's not a bad first round season. We have 2 picks in the upcoming draft here, but one of them is called still outlaw doing the best team view I've ever seen. That just seems to be a bit much. The third thing over first off, the opportunity to become a little biased with the team. But the plan was to retire. I don't really think it's a deal, but there is one thing. He's sticking to the last studio. Once again, Will Fox is going to be safe the day here. Without his third rounder, we're probably not getting this deal done. In hindsight, I probably could have traded a Luke for a 7th round pick. But you know what? We got Luke Q, and that's exactly what we needed. And one thing I also care thinking about, despite the last competition ahead of us in our division, so did the Colorado Avalanche. So that means the first one we got to take on Chicago. And if we get past Chicago, then we have to take on the Colorado Avalanche. Meanwhile, I think we can officially say all of them are the greatest deal of all time. 83 points in 82 games. So we just gave him a 3-year extension, a 4-year extension. I don't even remember. All I know is this guy's going to take less than $4 million. Also, once you the keeping your thing, you're fantastic this season. But the cap this season off, definitely guys look pretty solid. 41 rings, 41 defensively this season, switchboard. The regular season, absolutely nothing. Postseason, they're taking on the Chicago Blackhawks in the first round. This will be a tough matchup. Definitely a run for the Columbus Blue Jackets. If you want to have a chance of getting in the first round, you're going to try to help the Raiders. Games if you want to. Games 9, 3-3, but obviously games Okay, so I think what they could do is, and I think we're gonna treat definitely get a replacement for that. Not gonna lie, when it came to the extension, you know, you must have been concerned that something like this 1.5 for the next 6 years. I have no issue with that either. That's the guy I don't have an issue with anywhere. The here is simply the next time say the next contract. Bro, it's got layers. It's a 77 year old lower than potential. He's 77. Wow. You can tell to me there's 8 years at 1.5. No more excuses for that. First time in franchise history, first I changed it. The series is tied 1-1. We got to this series. You know what? We're getting extremely risky. We're off the well, so far, I think this can't be happening. We're going to get to game 7 here. So let's take a look. 60 wins. We're going to face first period, we have 2-1 lead. The second, we hold on to that 1-0 lead. The rest of the game, now we're up to the first best team, and it's time to shut these boys down. So that's the good news, that's the bad news. One of them wants to be so low as wants to be up. So how that works, I guess that's the way it works. Is that's the way. You actually come up on this It's the one for period and not when it's done. Regular season. All right, we're going to ignore the fact that Fitzpatrick lost his X factor. Forward four in here is going pretty strong. We should be able to update. We usually do. Defensively, we're in a much better situation than last season. Our second pair, all right, disaster time here. My series. All right, we're having a one game seven. We're losing game 7-4-2. Here we go. Game here. Oh, we actually won. We haven't seen this. Here we are, back in the second round. All we should be. I feel like we should have lost this field. I'll take it. The second round. I'm kind of expecting to see it. Oh my god, it actually happened. We started Minnesota Coyotes, and we're in the conference. Third, It's 14 years here from the time they I'm not looking at the backdrop. I'm just going to sit here and match up a bunch of opponents with our let me take off position. We're going to simulate this matchup. Hopefully make it to the second round. Now, here we go. We're going to simulate. Things don't look good. Never mind. We don't have we have 3 minutes to do don't vote. Seriously. Seriously. Here we go. Stanley Cup final against the Ottawa Senators. Oh my God, we actually might win the Stanley Cup here. We're going to blow it, aren't we? Never mind, we're not going to blow it. We're up 3-2. I'm watching the on right now. All I know is we're off to game 7. We're going to lose the Stanley Cup in game 7. All the way only the game 7. I mean, Hawks a fantastic team. Right now, should be like hey, bro, only another 10 games. 91 more games. After the first game. In the second, our first episode is going to be tying up. I'm scared. We simulated third period here. We actually want to stand back. But how? Not anything out there. All of the plus. This is hard. Failing. After year. The new champions. 14 years ago, they seem to it doesn't seem very good. Every single person on this roster should have their jersey retired from all this money. All the comments about all the he had 3 points. He held them in the league. Honestly, we should take a picture of that. We're probably never going to see it again. Honestly, I can live with that. And then we'll go ahead and repeat the Here we go in our final season, first game. NHL Survivor Islands literally back to NHL 26. Seven different challenges they could take on. Let's go find out who's going to be the finals. First thing you gotta do is figure out who's going to be attacking. I think it's going to be the Buffalo Sabres starting us off. All the Buffalo Sabres are going to be first. Take on the Bang Northeast. Unlike NHL Islands, Northeast Buffalo Sabres will be figure out how to share what challenge you can be taken on, your regular game continues to Buffalo Sabres take on one team's going to be that's going to take our first match for regular Congratulations, Buffalo Sabres, winning your first matchup. You're going to be taking I think you've earned a reward. So when it comes to NHL Survivor Island, if you pick your team, you can be allowed just like one player away from that team. And when it comes to the Buffalo Sabres, I think Sorokin would be the best. I think more likely team, so that's what we're going to do. So Sorokin's brought in, he's the new number one goaltender. So our first matchup is officially complete, so now it's time to move on to our next one. That's going to be featuring the Minnesota Wild on the attack. So the Minnesota Wild it's season simulation. So how is season simulation? That's going to continue on our are you making a 42-8 record. Yeah, so that happened. It was worse than my second. Well, not really. Postseason. If you made the postseason, that's technically more than what the Minnesota Wild fans. So Minnesota not only if you get to the postseason, not only if you wrote the face-off is really hard to this is a super team. Nathan McKinnon, I don't know if he's going to be on the spot now. Like, that lost to me is the season. All you have to do is make the postseason. Colorado ended up choking in the first round of the Chicago Blackhawks that they still beat. This is crazy. Looking at their next matchup, the attacking team is playing down the field. Successful so wild that let's think about who the Caps will be up next. We have to figure out who let's go ahead and spin the arrow and figure out what direction we're going to be going. It looks like once again, let's go ahead and spin the arrow and figure out what direction we're going to be heading. It looks like we're going to be heading northwest. Now, where exactly is the northwest going to say we're going to be? Well, it looks like we're going to be heading to some local Indians territory. I don't think we were north enough to be entering the final supporting. All the matchup that I'm sticking with Metro Canadian. Now, once I hear these two teams have what's against them, it looks like we have some 3-on-3 overtime. Now, there is one extra rule. That's 3-on-3 overtime. If neither team is able to score, both of them are going to be eliminated. So we have ourselves some 3-on-3 overtime. So 5-5 take over 4 shots. All it's going to take is 1 shot to get them. All off you to capitalize on that shot. Vancouver's certainly struggling to get the puck out of the net. That's your down call. Big time mistake. Now Vancouver's moving the other way. Jacob West, you got Patterson, he would have had a 2-on-1, and now you're dropping it back. You're dropping it back there. Throw is not thinking. So Elias Patterson's on the offensive draw. Can he win this one? It looks like it. You got to go that shot a little bit later. You are going to get one on net, but only the back of the net. Dropped it back on a breakaway. Low is not pass is going to be long. It's just bad chance of matching right now. Right now, both teams are selling in trend. Each of them has retail opportunities, and Blaine Hudson is going to get another big chance to capitalize this time. Like, it's time for you to go. Anything, yeah, I won't be able to. That all said, I don't really know what to say. All these people are good on it. Offensive plays off the vertical. What are you doing? Wide open net. If you went far side, already committed to going far side. Okay, we'll take the final 40 seconds. Full confidence. He's trying to go. Now, what are you using? If you get a break when somehow it looks like the game is ending it, I have a straight like that. You know what? It looks like it's going on. Thanks to advocate OT with people that the game is being back after this. Big save after big save. Pressure on the teams to be falling. Then these next teams going to be sweating teams. He's got to make everything on the Ducks. So that big time up for Vancouver's Ducks. Montreal games going to be eliminated. Vancouver's going to be playing in the North the Island. Now, if I'm being completely honest, both teams are right. I thought Montreal and Vancouver would be eliminated. Team can do. Actually, can be heading. It looks like they're going to head west. Now, although the NFL Ducks were also close, inventory. Now, honestly, I mean, can we get through last two teams? Hopefully, they don't have a team that they can be the NFL side. They're lightning. As long as we see a quick forward, we might see one immediately. There we go. There's a quick goal. Technically, because they couldn't get the drop goal. That was quick. That was certainly big balls into it. Like kept the score 10 seconds of OT. That's just the way it goes. It's going to be a great playmaker for them. Keep Kucherov with the big OT goal. I think it only took about 10 seconds to score that goal, and within 10 seconds, the Anaheim Ducks are going to be eliminated. I'm not going to lie, I think the Anaheim Ducks have just set the record on the Circulation channel for the fastest elimination. Like, that was 10 seconds. The boys were eliminated. Hopefully that doesn't happen to you. Granted, all you have to do is survive 10 seconds. It's really not that deep. Sharks will be hitting some of these. Let's see what match that sets them into. This East is certainly an interesting direction for the San Jose Sharks, but I want to say we can get into some major territory. I don't think we will fight this far east. I think we're more like this. It's going to be the San Jose Sharks taking on the New York Rangers. I think we've seen a 3-on-3 overtime action for a little bit here, so how about we just go back to a regular game? And it looks like that's exactly what we're getting. A regular game is going to be juicy. And this game is going to replicate what happened like San Jose Sharks can be taken out by the Rangers. However, I'm not 100% sure if that's going to be happening. I undergone different world working and exchanging most of the world's between. That was a very interesting first period. So he does something. And you know what? It might not be so great. He was a reaching right off and just picked up some big goals. They currently have a 3-goal lead. I'm not too sure if the Rangers can make a comeback. And unless they score in the next couple minutes here, I don't think that's going to be the case. We're just going to see what the rest of this one is. I don't want to figure this out. They're taking down the Rangers. Also, in case you were wondering, Sal Grady had 1 assist to show to him. So that was a Sharks who became a huge upgrade for the Rangers. I think they're going to use a big goal. Something I can show you on that. He's going to be the equal that he would just make the difference. Like, just imagine what the New York Rangers would play without Igor Shesterkin. That team might be as bad as the St. Louis Blues. Sometimes just like a crack joke. There was a lot of hate right now. That team really didn't do anything. Robert, Jake Neighbors is hurt. We've allowed 24 goals in the past 4 games. For the Friday game, if we allow 6 goals in that game, then I don't think we're in this team. So we're 5 teams down, but still in full work to go with their next win against the Boston Bruins attacking teams. Now we know the Boston Bruins are attacking. There's no notice direction they're getting. Now we do. It looks like we're going to go. Now looks like we're going to keep the whole thing still. No less from Boston Bruins are going to we know we're involved in our match. We just don't know what we're going to be doing. The things we see on overtime, they're going to stay out of that. Actually, now we think about 7-7 so far. It is certainly not going to go for the classic here and over there. Morgan Rice can send over to Austin Matthews. He has a great opportunity. He's going to have a play. Rose solid already. Wherever they still on the offensive field, see if they can capitalize on that. They're great catch. And Dave Pastrnak, but they're overcharging back and forth. Great pass from Boston. He gives an opportunity to score on his thing. But it looks like Boston's going to be picking up a penalty and hopefully get rid of them. Nick Boston is something that doesn't really matter. Nick Boston picked up a cross-check penalty. Never mind the charging penalty. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, that was a stupid penalty to take. I mean, it's really took 15 strides before he gets stick with it. He's such a penalty. Honestly, he should have been talking about this exhausting right now, but I guess it doesn't matter. If Max don't, she's going to end it with like that. The top line, stick with the ice legend. Max don't need to be on OT movies like that. If only with one good man. And that goal, stick on the ice. Max don't need to be on that's the Boston. Boston's goal, he passed out right? Boston would win that game. Victor Arvidsson's going to pick up a charging penalty, and it looks like that's going to be the difference. Now, we've definitely seen some interesting 3-on-3 overtime games so far, but there's still a handful of challenges that we haven't even seen yet. The Red Wings are going to be on the attack next, so hopefully we can see one of those challenges. Now, so far, the Detroit Red Wings are off to an incredible start this season. However, it's kind of a Mickey Mouse run, because they've played the St. Louis Blues twice, and I think in those 2 games they scored about 1 million goals. So yeah, take that into consideration when looking at their record. I'm sorry, but you cannot make this up. The Detroit Red Wings headed northeast. That is St. Louis Blues territory. Somehow we are going to have the Red Wings take on the St. Louis Blues. I completely randomized this map, and we have St. Louis above Detroit, with Detroit going northeast that enters St. Louis Blues territory. You have to be kidding me. Well, I think we all know what's about to happen in this matchup. Regardless of what it is, the St. Louis Blues are going to lose, especially if it's a season simulation. Because St. Louis is going to finish like 30th or 31st in the entire league, maybe even 32nd. So Detroit, all you have to do is play very mediocre hockey, and you're going to finish ahead of us. So of course, the St. Louis Blues are already off to a terrible start, as the Red Wings are going to be finishing 9th in the entire league. So let's see the incredible postseason run that the St. Louis Blues went on. Well, of course, the St. Louis Blues are talking about an NHL 26, so obviously they're not going to make the playoffs. The Detroit Red Wings would fall to the eventual Stanley Cup champions and the Columbus Blue Jackets in the second round. Meanwhile, what were the St. Louis Blues up to? Well, obviously, they were one of the worst teams in the entire league. Are we really surprised at that? St. Louis is going to be finishing 25th, meaning the season simulation has decided our winner, and that's going to be the Red Wings. So I don't think it's much of a surprise that the St. Louis Blues are completely folding in their first challenge. Robert Thomas is now going to have to switch teams over to the Detroit Red Wings. Everything about this season so far has been breaking my heart. Robert Thomas is hurt once again. Jake Neighbors is hurt once again. We're allowing 8 million goals per game. I can't think of one positive. Oh yeah, there's also one other negative that I didn't mention. I have had to watch this man right here play multiple minutes for our team. Yeah, I'm done with Logan Mailloux. Even if this man becomes an 82-point player in the future, I probably still won't like him. So St. Louis, it was a great run. Just kidding, you're getting eliminated in your first matchup and everyone saw that coming. So how about we just quickly move on to our next matchup and just pretend that none of that actually happened. The Florida Panthers is going to be our next attacking team. I'm kind of hoping we get a different challenge. Like, I want to see something a little bit different. I wouldn't even mind watching an 18-round shootout where they all take backhanded shots. Because as we know, when it comes to NHL games, 90% of the shots taken in a shootout are backhand. Now, the Florida Panthers headed south. However, they also headed slightly east in the process. So that means they're going to be avoiding the Utah Mammoth, and instead, we're going to see the Red Wings in their second straight matchup. Now, is this matchup actually going to be a shootout, or are we just going to be running back with something we've seen before? It looks like it's just a regular game. We haven't landed on a best-of-3, best-of-7 shootout or first-to-score challenge yet. We just continue to run it back with 3-on-3 overtime, season simulation, and a regular game. So here we go with the Florida Panthers taking on the Detroit Red Wings. One team's going to be coming out on top here, and so far it's starting to look like it's going to be the Red Wings. So they're taking a 2-1 lead after the first period. Moving into the second, though, I better take that back. AJ Greer's going to be tying this one up, and the third period is likely getting decided unless we have to head to overtime. And I don't think we're going to need overtime because Brad Marchand's going to be picking up a big-time goal. The Detroit Red Wings are yet to respond, and we're almost at the 5-minute mark of the third period. So is Florida going to be picking up another goal? It doesn't look like it because the Detroit Red Wings are going to be responding. We're going to simulate the final couple of minutes of this game, and then we're jumping into overtime, and that's exactly what we have. So we're going to have overtime between the Florida Panthers and the Detroit Red Wings. That's what's going to be settling this matchup. So the Florida Panthers are going to immediately... Okay, there is no way Seth Jones is immediately going to score here. Cam Talbot's making the save. Barkov's going to have an opportunity, but he's not going to get the shot on net. Seth Jones now has the puck. Okay, Florida is running this game right now. Detroit's finally going to be collecting the puck, but I thought this game was about to be over. But here goes Robert Thomas moving into the offensive zone. Matthew Chuck's going to knock him off the puck, but he's going to center that one towards the net, but they can't capitalize. Lucas Raymond's going to send it back to the defense. Mosai's going to have his pocket picked, and here goes Barkov. Can Robert Thomas get back into the play? It doesn't look like it. Barkov a chance to end it, but once again, Cam Talbot standing tall. Now Florida's got control of the puck in the offensive zone. Bro, Cam Talbot just gave up the biggest rebound imaginable. You could not have given up a bigger rebound in that moment. What on earth are you doing? That was the easiest goal of all time. Like, you're actually kidding me. A weak wrister from Aaron Ekblad from the point. This shot's going to be a routine save for Cam Talbot. No big deal. And then he just kicks out this rebound. Sam Reinhart is right here. This might be the easiest goal of Sam Reinhart's career. Bro, what are we doing? Now, Detroit, you had a chance in that game. You should have probably won that game. But nope, Cam Talbot's giving up the juiciest rebound of all time. Lucas Raymond joined the Florida Panthers, and he's making this elite team a little bit stronger. So after taking down the St. Louis Blues, the Red Wings are going to completely fold. The Florida Panthers are going to take them down next, and another team has been eliminated. Now, like, real talk, Red Wings fans are never going to forgive Cam Talbot for that. Like, you can't give up a bigger rebound. The Vegas Golden Knights are going to be up next. Hopefully Aiden Hill doesn't do the same thing Cam Talbot did. Now, what direction is Vegas going to be heading? We'll spin the wheel, and it looks like they're going to be heading west. Now, we've been spending a lot of time on the eastern half of the island, and it looks like that's going to continue. Vegas is going to be located over here, and it looks like they're taking on the Philadelphia Flyers. Now, all I really want to see here is a different challenge. It's going to be something we haven't seen yet, and it looks like it's going to be a best-of-3 series. So Vegas and Philly are going to be going at it. Whichever team can win the best-of-3 is going to be advancing, while the other team's going to be eliminated. So it's a best-of-3 between these two teams. So game number 1 is going to mean quite a bit. And it looks like Philly's going to be scoring a couple goals. Owen Tippett and Michkov are going to get goal scoring started. They're going to continue to score goals into the second period. So Philly's going to be taking game number 1, arguably the most critical game. So moving into this next game, the Vegas Golden Knights are going to be facing elimination. Each team's going to be able to pick up 1 goal in the first period. Moving into the second, though, it's all Philly. They're going to be dominating this best-of-3 series. 7 goals is more than enough in game number 2, and just like that, the Vegas Golden Knights are eliminated. Now, that was complete and utter domination from the Philadelphia Flyers, and they're going to be rewarded with Jack Eichel, 94 overall. He's the new top player on the team. He's going to be a great upgrade. So with that Philadelphia Flyers victory, they're going to be taking down the Vegas Golden Knights as well as gaining a bit more land on the island. Now, we've been spending a lot of time on the eastern part of the island, but how about we head over to the west? I don't really know if the Chicago Blackhawks are located there. I think Chicago is kind of in the middle. Now, with Chicago being in the middle, that means there's going to be a handful of different teams for them to go against, and I guess it's going to be whatever team is northeast of them. I'm sorry, but you cannot make this up. Here is north, this is northeast. We're taking on another team that we saw not that long ago in the Vancouver Canucks. I guess we have to figure out the winner of the eastern half of the island before we figure out any matchup in the west. Granted, Chicago's kind of in the center, so yeah, maybe you can classify them as part of the west. But whether or not we've seen Vancouver or not, it doesn't really matter. We're going to spin the wheel, and it looks like we're finally going to get a shootout between these two teams. Chicago versus Vancouver. Let's see who comes out on top. Now, I hope you're ready to witness some incredible backhanded shots. Connor Bedard's going to start us off with an elite backhanded shot. We are going to be watching backhand after backhand when it comes to this shootout. Quinn Hughes is going to be up next, but Spencer Knight's going to absolutely rob him. So we're one round down, and stick on the ice legend Andre Burakovsky's going to be up next, and he's not even going to get a shot off. Bro is folding. So Nick Suzuki, the newest member of the Vancouver Canucks, is looking to get them on the board, but it's just going to be a backhander into the pads. Now the future of the Chicago Blackhawks lays in the hands of Teuvo Teravainen, and he's actually not going to go for the backhanded shot. He faked them out. He faked out Demko at the backhand, went back to the forehand, and Chicago's finally on the board. So it all comes down to Elias Pettersson. Can he step up for the Vancouver Canucks? It doesn't look like it. Spencer Knight's going to be making his third straight stop, and just like that, the Chicago Blackhawks are taking down the Vancouver Canucks. So the Vancouver Canucks are going to be falling to the Chicago Blackhawks right after Nick Suzuki joined the team. But Chicago, you're going to be getting one of the best in the game. 95 overall, Quinn Hughes is now going to be joining your franchise. Maybe he can be the difference maker. Now, it really wasn't that long ago that the Vancouver Canucks took down the Montreal Canadiens. But in their next matchup, they're not going to be able to beat Chicago, so they're officially being eliminated. In Chicago, I think you own the most land in the entire game now. Now, so far, 10 teams have been eliminated. We've seen some crazy matchups. We've seen some surprises. I guess we're going to find out if that's going to continue with the Carolina Hurricanes. Now, from top to bottom, the Carolina Hurricanes are a pretty good team, so I think this is going to be a good matchup. And it looks like they're going to be heading northwest. Now, northwest for the Carolina Hurricanes is very interesting, because this is directly north, and this is northwest. I think they're actually avoiding New Jersey Devil territory here in order to enter Colorado Avalanche territory. So the New Jersey Devils aren't going to be in this matchup. So instead, we're going to have the Carolina Hurricanes taking on the Colorado Avalanche. So we're going to have two incredible teams matching up, but are we going to see anything different? It doesn't look like it. A regular game between these two. I'm fully convinced at this point we're never going to get the first to score challenge or the best of 7 challenge. So Colorado and Carolina are two great teams, and both of them are going to be going head-to-head here. But we do have to remember the Colorado Avalanche have received one upgrade already, and that upgrade is Kuroki Kaprizov. So I guess we're going to see if we can find the back of the net in this one. But so far it's a tie game, 1-1. So maybe Kuroki Kaprizov's waiting until the third period. Well, it's not going to be Kuroki Kaprizov, but Victor Olsson's picking up a big goal. But Shane Gostisbehere is going to be responding, so we're back to a tie game. But just like that, Seth Jarvis is giving Carolina the lead, and they have a 1-0 lead entering the final minutes. So we're down to the final 37 seconds. Carolina still has a 1-goal lead. Let's see if Colorado can finally respond. So we're down to the final 35 seconds. Ehlers has the puck, and he's going to have a chance at the empty net, but he's going to turn the puck over. Why didn't you just take a shot there? I have no clue. But here goes Landeskog. He's going to center one. Why are you diving there? Marty Necas, why on earth are you diving there? You could have had an elite opportunity. Seth Jarvis is going to miss the empty net, because why would he ever hit an empty net? This game is ridiculous right now. So we're down to the final 10 seconds. Marty Necas has the puck. Is he going to dive again? Nope, he's just going to wind up for a slap shot. Okay, Bro was not thinking at all in this game. The Carolina Hurricanes are going to be winning this one. Seth Jarvis is on the OT winner with probably 0.1 seconds left, but it doesn't matter. Carolina's winning this one. So Seth Jarvis might have picked up a goal with less than 1 second left, but that goal didn't really matter. Carolina's going to be taking that one forward too, and Nathan McKinnon, you're now going to be switching teams. You're going to be joining the Carolina Hurricanes, and now that team is looking pretty solid. Also, didn't I call Colorado a super team earlier after they added Kuroki Kaprizov to the team? Yeah, that did not age well. Now, after gassing up the Colorado Avalanche earlier in this video, they're going to be falling to the Carolina Hurricanes, and just like that, they're eliminated. Now, I'm not going to lie. If anyone is going to be blamed for that Colorado Avalanche loss, it's going to be Marty Necas. I don't know why he was diving on that one play. He could have collected the puck in the slot, but instead he dove for it. I don't know what he was thinking.
The Winnipeg Jets are on the attack next. Hopefully they don't go out as bad as Colorado just did. So you already know how it goes. We have Winnipeg attacking, we have to spin the arrow, and it looks like it's going to be heading south. Now technically the arrow is a little bit southeast, but that doesn't change anything. It's going to be the Winnipeg Jets taking on the Chicago Blackhawks. So let's get ready for another 3-on-3 overtime game, because somehow it's going to land on that. I guess not. You have a season simulation. Yeah, Chicago, you're cooked. You're going against the Winnipeg Jets. They're probably going to win the Stanley Cup. Now, I believe this is either the third or fourth season simulation we've done. And so far, we haven't had to worry about which team makes the deepest run in the postseason. Because the Chicago Blackhawks are dead last in the entire league. The Winnipeg Jets are seventh in the entire league. Therefore, they already made a deeper run than the Chicago Blackhawks did. Yeah, I have no clue what's going on in this video. Like, Winnipeg ended up losing in the first round to the Nashville Predators. So Chicago, with you not making the postseason, technically Winnipeg went on a deeper run. Now, Quinn Hughes, you definitely weren't the difference maker for the Chicago Blackhawks. And you're not going to be the difference maker for the Winnipeg Jets, because Connor Bedard's going to be joining the team instead. The Winnipeg Jets beat the Chicago Blackhawks, therefore they're receiving Connor Bedard. They didn't beat the Vancouver Canucks, so they don't deserve to get Quinn Hughes. So Bedard, it looks like you're going to be switching teams. So with Winnipeg taking down the Chicago Blackhawks, it looks like they own the most land the entire game now. However, there's still a lot of teams that need to attack. Now Chicago, that was just a tough look for you. A season simulation against the Winnipeg Jets, you were bound to lose that. The Nashville Predators are going to be on the attack next. If they have to head to a season simulation, it really could go either way. Like when it comes to the Nashville Predators in NHL 25, that team's all over the map. They're either really good or they're really bad. But we're not too focused on that right now. They're going to be heading east, which is going to be entering some Seattle Kraken territory. So we have Nashville taking on Seattle. But the challenge for these two teams is yet to be decided, so let's go ahead and spin the wheel, and it looks like we're off to a shootout. So we all know what these teams have to do. Fake the backhand and go to the forehand. If you do that, you're going to be scoring a goal. That's not what Roman Josi is going to be doing. So Vince Dunn's going to be looking to get the Seattle Kraken on the board. Let's see what he's going to pull out here. Just a basic backhand. Who could have predicted that? So Phil Forsberg, he's looking to get the Nashville Predators on the board. What's he going to cook up here? Nothing special. I feel like this is going to turn into one of those shootouts where nobody scores until round 16. Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. Alright, so this is definitely going to be a long shootout. We're in round 5 now, and it looks like somebody is finally going to be scoring. Brady Shea is going to find the back of the net. I was thinking we were going to go to round 16. Like, we were off to the worst start imaginable, but what did he do? He faked the backhand and went to the forehand. It beats the goaltender every time. I mean, he didn't really fake the backhand, but you get the point. He's finally scoring. So it all comes down to one man. Jaden Schwartz, can you save the day for the Seattle Kraken? It looks like it. Alright, we're probably still going to round 16 then. So Luke Evangelista is going to be our next shooter in round number 6. Yeah, we're off to round 16. Based on that shot alone, we're off to round 16. Unless Chandler Stevenson can end it right here, there is a possibility, and that's exactly what Chandler Stevenson's going to do. Back-to-back goals from the Seattle Kraken. They're taking down the Nashville Predators, and they're going to be getting an incredible upgrade with Roman Josi. So Seattle's going to be picking up back-to-back goals in the shootout. That's going to be the difference maker. 92 overall, Roman Josi's joined the team. They got themselves a pretty solid defense. Roman Josi, Brandon Montour, Vince Dunn. I don't know who's going to be stopping that, except for a handful of teams that have elite offenses. So that was a great defense from the Seattle Kraken. They're going to be taking down the Nashville Predators, and they're going to be claiming their land. Honestly, I'm just surprised that last shootout didn't go to 16 rounds. I thought that was the direction that we were heading. The New Jersey Devils are going to be attacking next, and I think there's actually only 2 different teams they can take on. Based on the land that's been claimed around them, they really don't have that many options, and I think with them heading west, they're taking on Buffalo. And it looks like that's going to be the case. With the New Jersey Devils heading west, they're going to be taking on the Buffalo Sabres. So I guess all that's left is figuring out what challenge it's going to be, and we're finally getting first to score. We've been waiting a long time for this one. Now, there's definitely one important thing to note here. It's the first goal scored in the first period. If neither team scores a goal in the first period, then both of them are going to be eliminated. They're going to have 5 minutes real time to score a goal, so it should be very possible. Now, to begin this game, the Buffalo Sabres were dominated. They took the first 3 shots. Since then, the New Jersey Devils have taken 8 in a row, so Broken is standing on his head. That's the only reason this game isn't over, is because of that man right there. Now, we're down to the final 5 minutes in the first period, and I just want to remind you, if nobody scores a goal in the first period, then both teams are going to be eliminated, so somebody better find the back of the net quick. Tage Thompson had an elite chance, and he still has a good chance here, but look at Jacob Markstrom making all the saves. It's been a goaltending masterclass so far. Somebody has to find the back of the net. So Jason Zucker, let's see if you can be that guy. Can you find the back of the net? You had an elite opportunity. You had more than enough space, and you decide to pass it into traffic. Bro, what are you doing? Paul Cotter, he's on the lead chance, but he's not going to be able to bury this one. 2 minutes left in the game. Who's going to score? Maybe Ryan McLeod, because he's absolutely flying right now, but he's just going to turn the puck over. So in the final seconds of this first period, neither team is going to be able to get one final shot. Sorokin's making 10 of 10 saves. Jacob Markstrom's making 7 of 7 saves. With neither team scoring, that means both of these teams are going to be eliminated. They had 5 minutes real time to find the back of the net once. Neither team was able to do so, so both of them are going to be eliminated just like that. Now 5 minutes of real time is more than enough for one of these teams to find the back of the net, but neither is going to do so. So the Buffalo Sabres and New Jersey Devils are going to be eliminated, and we're going to have a big grayed out space on the map. Now not very often do we see two teams being eliminated in the same matchup, but that's going to be happening between the Calgary Flames and the New Jersey Devils. Calgary is looking to avoid that same fate. So let's go ahead and spin the arrow to figure out which direction Calgary is going to be heading, and it looks like they're going to be going east, but slightly south in the process. But the slightly south part does not change anything whatsoever. We're going to have an all-Canadian matchup with Calgary taking on the Winnipeg Jets. Now low-key, I want to land on a first to score again, but I actually want to see somebody score this time. That's not going to be the case though. We're just getting a regular game between these two teams. So Calgary and Winnipeg are going to be going head-to-head here, but only one team can come out on top. Gustav Nyquist is going to pick up the first goal of the game. Moving into the second, Joel Farabee is going to be responding, so it looks like we're going to have a close finish. Now when it mattered most in the third period, Zane Parekh is going to be picking up a big-time goal. Calgary's not going to be able to capitalize on that power play. That's perfectly fine. They still have a one-goal lead. Time is winding down for the Winnipeg Jets. Are they going to find the back of the net? Are they going to be eliminated? I'm starting to think this team's going to be eliminated, but I guess not. Gustav Nyquist has picked up another big goal, and we're off to overtime. So even in regular games, we're finding overtime. It only makes sense. So it looks like the Calgary Flames are going to have a breakaway in overtime. Blake Coleman, a chance to end this one, and that's exactly what he's doing. Blake Coleman's going to find the back of the net. He's burying this one, and the Calgary Flames are going to be taking down the Winnipeg Jets just like that. They're going to be picking up a new player from Winnipeg, but it's probably not going to be Kyle Connor. I think they're going to stick with Dustin Wolf. He's clearly the guy for the Calgary Flames. So Kyle Connor, you might be switching teams. Okay, do we actually go with Connor Hellebuyck here? Because Dustin Wolf is only an 87 overall. Granted, 87 overall is actually really good for a goaltender, so I think we actually pass up Connor Hellebuyck and go for Kyle Connor. 92 overall sniper. The Calgary Flames desperately need goal scoring, so I think this actually makes the most sense. We bring in a sniper in Kyle Connor because we know for a fact Dustin Wolf can make saves. So not only was that a big win for the Calgary Flames in the sense that they're getting a new player, but they now own the most land in the game. So that was a big-time goal from Blake Coleman. He's going to allow the Calgary Flames to advance. Now with the way the wheel's slowing down, it looks like we're going to be staying in the Pacific Division as we have the LA Kings on the attack next. Now we haven't seen LA yet in this video, so I'm not really too sure what to expect from them, but they're going to be heading south. Now the LA Kings might be in the Pacific Division, but their opponent certainly isn't. That's going to be the Ottawa Senators, so that's who we're going to have matching up. The Ottawa Senators taking on the LA Kings. Now I can't wait to spin this challenge wheel and not land on a best-of-7 series. We were close to that, but instead we have another shootout. Now at this point, I'm fully convinced we're never landing on a best-of-7 series. It's just not going to happen. So let's get ready for either our 16-round shootout or 8 million backhanded shots. Kevin Fiala is going to be starting us off, and is he going to start with a backhanded shot? I guess we're going to see. Never mind, Kevin Fiala is going to be starting off with a goal. I wasn't really ready for that. So Thomas Chabot's going to be the next shooter up. Let's see what he can. Okay, that was just a terrible shot. Like, you did not have any plan moving into that one. So Kopitar is looking to give the LA Kings a bigger lead here, but it looks like it's going to be a big-time save from Allmark. So Tim Stutzel, can you get the Ottawa Senators on the board here? It doesn't look like it, because that was a backhanded shot and the goaltender was ready for it. Now if Adrian Kempe scores right here, it looks like it's going to be over. That's not the case. Allmark's making another save, so Ottawa has another chance to respond, and they're giving it to the captain. Brady Tkachuk, they need a goal from you right here. Are you going to be able to step up in the big moment? Of course not, because it's going to be a weak backhander into Kemper, and just like that, the Ottawa Senators are eliminated. So the Ottawa Senators were unable to find the back of the net in that shootout, so that means Tim Stutzel is now going to be switching teams, and the LA Kings are going to be receiving a pretty solid upgrade. However, I still have my questions about this team. Then again, am I really in any position to be questioning any NHL team right now? Like, the St. Louis Blues are arguably the worst team in the entire league right now. Like, I believe we're only 2 points ahead of the Calgary Flames, and we might even be tied with the San Jose Sharks. Like, we are garbage right now. And with Robert Thomas still day-to-day and Jake Neighbors out for 5 weeks, we might as well just tank for McKenna at this point. I don't see the St. Louis Blues really turning it around here. If anything, we're going to go on some unrealistic run, winning like 10 games in a row, and then we'll miss the playoffs by 2 points. If you're going to miss the playoffs by 2 points, you might as well just miss the playoffs by 30 points, be the worst team in the entire league, and get Gavin McKenna. Or at least that's my personal belief. Like, there is literally nothing worse than missing the playoffs by 2 points. If you're going to miss the playoffs by a ton and get a top draft pick. Don't get the 16th overall. Well, I think we've heard about Stick on the Ice, talk about the St. Louis Blues enough for this video, so how about we just move on to our next matchup, which is an all-Alberta matchup, the Edmonton Oilers taking on the Calgary Flames. But the real question is, are we going to get the elusive best-of-7 series? Of course not. We're getting a season simulation instead. There's just no way we haven't landed on a best-of-7 yet. It's actually getting a little bit ridiculous. Like, there is a 1 in 7 chance of us landing on it. There's no way we're this many spins in and we haven't landed on it at least once yet. Alright, now I don't know how many people expected this, but the Calgary Flames are the best team in the entire league with a 54-19-9 record. The Edmonton Oilers, they're 4th in the entire league, so it's going to come down to the postseason. For the first time ever, it's actually not to be decided by the regular season standings, but instead the postseason. And when push came to shove, when the lights were the brightest, who's going to be showing up? Well, that's going to be the Calgary Flames. Because the Calgary Flames are going to go on to win the Stanley Cup. The Oilers are falling in the first round to the Seattle Kraken. So with that Flames victory right there, they're going to be taking Connor McDavid away from the Edmonton Oilers. I guarantee you nobody was expecting this. Now I know for a fact, moving into that season simulation, everyone thought the Edmonton Oilers were going to blow out the Calgary Flames. But that's not the case, because they have Kyle Connor, and Kyle Connor is enough to turn them into the best team in the entire league. The Calgary Flames are currently the worst team in the entire league, but if you add Kyle Connor to that team, they're winning 54 games apparently. Yeah, I'm going to keep it a stat. I did not expect the map to be looking like this. The Calgary Flames are currently dominating, and it makes no sense. So we're down to our final 9 teams on the wheel that need to attack, and it looks like our next attacking team is going to be the Seattle Kraken. Now, Seattle has already received 1 upgrade, but is that going to be enough? I guess we're about to find out. They're going to be heading southeast. And where exactly is southeast going to be sending the Seattle Kraken? Into Calgary Flames territory. Who could have seen that coming? So the Calgary Flames are going to be involved in back-to-back matchups, but is it going to be another season simulation? It doesn't look like it. We're going to have 3-on-3 overtime instead. So we have the opening draw. Connor McDavid's on the ice. Kyle Connor's on the ice. I think the Calgary Flames have to be in the favorite just because of that first line. And it looks like they're ready to go to work early. Kyle Connor, a shot towards the net, but Joey Decore is making an early save. So it looks like Jared McCann's going to be picking someone's pocket. He's going to have himself a breakaway. But look at Dustin Wolf making the big-time save. That's why we kept him on the team over Connor Hellebuyck. Wolf's making saves like that. So the Seattle Kraken are putting a lot of pressure on the Calgary Flames, and it looks like we're going to have a breakaway. Chandler Stevenson, did you just pass that puck up? Did you just pass that to Roman Josi? When you had a breakaway, you passed it to Roman Josi. Why are you doing that? Why are you selling like this? This game should be over, but now the Calgary Flames are going the other way. Nazem Kadri's leading the way. He's dropping it back to Huberdeau. Huberdeau over to Rasmus Anderson. More than enough space, but Joey Decore is making the save. The Seattle Kraken should have ended this game, though. Like, what are we doing? Now, I just want to remind everybody, if nobody scores here, that means both teams are going to be eliminated. Jared McCann, no lead pass. Jaden Schwartz, you have to get that shot off way quicker. You had an empty net. Mackenzie Weegar's now going to have himself a breakaway. Can he end this game? It looks like he's going to stall for a little bit before going to the backhand. Mackenzie Weegar's going to end this one. Jaden Schwartz, you should have won this game. Like, just look at this pass from Jared McCann. He's going to get into the slot, and then Jaden Schwartz, you're collecting the puck right here. You have a wide open net, and you're not even going to get a shot off, bro. What are you doing? And then Mackenzie Weegar's going to go the other way, and he's going to end this game. He's going to have more than enough time. He's even going to stall a little bit. He's waiting out Joey Decore here. He goes to the backhand, and just like that, this game's over. Nah, Jaden Schwartz, you sold. So Mackenzie Weegar ended that one. It was an elite backhand shot, and that's going to be the difference. Now, when it comes to the Seattle Kraken, 99.9% of the time I go with Vince Dunn because he's a left and right defenseman. But this time we're changing things up. Brandon Montour, welcome to the Calgary Flames. So with that Calgary Flames win, they now own all of the land around the Washington Capitals. So if the Washington Capitals eventually attack, they're going to have to take on the Calgary Flames, unless Calgary eventually loses to somebody. So I guess let's find out if the Washington Capitals are going to be our next attacking team. It doesn't look like it, but instead we're getting one of their bitter rivals in the Pittsburgh Penguins. So let's go ahead and find out what direction the Pittsburgh Penguins are going to be heading. It looks like they're going west. And west for the Pittsburgh Penguins makes things real simple here. We have the Penguins taking on the San Jose Sharks. But what type of a challenge is going to be between these two teams? Well, obviously not a best-of-7 series, but maybe it is. We're finally getting a best-of-7 series. It's going to be between the Pittsburgh Penguins and the San Jose Sharks. I never thought I'd see the day. We finally have a best-of-7 series between the Pittsburgh Penguins and the San Jose Sharks. And in game number 1, it looks like Mario Ferraro is going to be picking up the OT winner. Now, a game 1 victory doesn't really mean too much because there's still lots of hockey to be played. And the Pittsburgh Penguins are going to prove that by shutting the San Jose Sharks out in game number 2. Now, just like that, our best-of-7 is now turned into a best-of-5. Who's going to be taking the lead in the series? Well, it looks like it's going to be the San Jose Sharks as they're winning this one 4-1. So can the Penguins get back in this series, or are they going to be falling to a 3-1 deficit? Well, the Sharks are dominating so far. They have a 4-goal lead entering the third period, and they're going to make that a 9-4 victory. Even Nick Leddy scored in this one. Yeah, the Pittsburgh Penguins are cooked. So the Sharks currently have a 3-1 series lead in the Pittsburgh Penguins, and this team is just going to keep on scoring goals. But maybe not. The Penguins are finally going to be responding in the second period. The third period is going to decide this game. Who's going to be taking it home? Well, you know what? We actually are going to need a bit more hockey because the San Jose Sharks are picking up 4 goals. The Pittsburgh Penguins are picking up 3 goals. It's a 6-6 game. Who's going to win this one? Are the Penguins going to win this game and stay alive? Or are the San Jose Sharks going to close this out with an OT winner? Well, it looks like Dmitry Orlov's going to be closing this one out. A big power play goal is going to be eliminating the Penguins. And not only are they losing this best-of-7 series, but they're going to be losing all their land on the island. Now, I think it's pretty clear why the San Jose Sharks were able to take down the Pittsburgh Penguins. Igor Shesterkin was that guy during the postseason. Sidney Crosby's now going to be switching teams. He's going to be joining the San Jose Sharks. Between Crosby and Shesterkin, you can no longer sleep on the Sharks. Like, what can I say? The San Jose Sharks are officially looking legit. They're taking down the Pittsburgh Penguins. They've added 2 elite players to the team. What more does this team need? Now, it might have taken 18 billion years, but we finally saw a best-of-7 series. Now it's time to go to the rest of the video without ever seeing one again. It's either that or we're going to see a best-of-7 series 3 times in a row. The Dallas Stars are going to be heading northeast. I think they're just avoiding Sharks territory, but I might be wrong. Northeast for the Dallas Stars, actually this definitely is LA Kings territory. I don't think they were quite this north. I think they were more like this. So we're going to have the Dallas Stars taking on the LA Kings. So we know which 2 teams are going to be involved in this challenge. We said to figure out what challenge it's going to be some 3-on-3 overtime. Now the LA Kings have received an upgrade earlier because they have Tim Stutzel on the team. However, the Dallas Stars are just the Dallas Stars. So we can't question them. But Tim Stutzel's ready to go to work immediately. I thought he was going to blow by the defense. I guess that's not the case. But he's going to get another great opportunity here. And Tim Stutzel is going to be ending this game. That was a very weird sequence. But you know what? It's working out for the LA Kings. They're eliminating the Dallas Stars just like that. Now, that was definitely a weird sequence in overtime, but Tim Stutzel, you're going to be coming out on top with the LA Kings, so that means Mikko Rantanen is now going to be joining the team, and the Dallas Stars are eliminated. Now, I feel like the further along we go in this video, I'm just losing my voice more and more. I feel like by the time we get to the last matchup, I'm just going to be whispering into the mic. But you know what? We just got to keep on keeping on. We have 6 teams left on this wheel, and it looks like Tampa Bay is going to be up next. Now, Tampa Bay has been involved in a matchup already, but they weren't the attacking team. This time they will be. Now, this is actually a little bit of an interesting spin. So Tampa Bay is going to be heading southeast. Originally, they would have been either entering New Jersey Devil territory or Buffalo Sabre territory, but with both of those teams losing, they're actually going to be entering Carolina Hurricanes territory. So yeah, that's where our matchup's going to be, Tampa Bay versus Carolina. So let's go ahead and spin the challenge wheel like usual, figure out what challenge we're going to see. You're kidding me, right? 3-on-3 overtime again. This might as well just be a 3-on-3 video. Now, the last OT we saw was definitely a questionable one. Tim Stutzel scored a very interesting goal. I guess we're going to see if that's going to happen again. Also, last time Tampa Bay was in an OT game, Kucherov scored 10 seconds in. I don't think that's going to be happening this time, though. Nikola Ehlers is going to work, but here goes Victor Hedman. It's a one-on-one. Can Victor Hedman get past the final defenseman? It looks like he can. He could have just scored the greatest goal of all time. Dancing through Shane Goss's spare, but he's not going to be able to capitalize. Here goes Nathan McKinnon blowing by Nikita Kucherov. He could have had an elite opportunity, but here goes Tampa going the other way. It's just back and forth. Braden Point, a chance to end this one, but he's not going to be able to. We've got some high-level hockey going on right now. Now, after a couple of elite chances, neither team has been able to get anything going, but now we have ourselves a 2-on-1. Sebastian Aho over to Svechnikov. He's not going to be able to capitalize on the first shot or the second shot. The full pressure meter is maxed out for Carolina. Let's see if they can do anything. It's an elite opportunity right there, but Vasilevsky's making the save. Tampa Bay's looking to clear it, but they're turning it over into the defensive zone. Mikel Granlund's picking up. Can he get it out of the zone? He's dropping over to Jake Getzel. Jake Getzel's going to get out of the defensive zone, and just like that, the threat has been neutralized. Now, Carolina has been controlling everything right now. Each team had some elite chances early on, but here goes Seth Jarvis. He's got a lot of energy, but it looks like that play is going to be broken up. What a great stick right there. Tampa Bay is going to be collecting it behind the net. We're down to the final 2 minutes and 50 seconds. We need one of these teams to score, or they're both going to be eliminated. So here goes Logan Stankoven bringing it in. He's going to try to get the puck deep. He's working it over. Why is everyone diving now? Like, everyone dives for shots in this game. It's a little bit ridiculous. So we have 2:40 left in overtime. It's an offensive zone draw win. Ehlers is sending over to Nathan McKinn, but he can't get the shot off. But he's going to be collecting it again. Look at that save from Vasilevsky. Tampa Bay owes him a goal. He has made save after save. I believe that's his 8th save of overtime so far. Score this man a goal. So Nathan McKinn has the offensive zone draw. Let's see what he's going to be able to do with it. He's going to be losing that one. Sorelli's going to be winning it. We're down to the halfway point of overtime. Taylor Rash turning on the Jets. Maybe he's going to be picking up the OT winner, and he might because he's got a bit of a breakaway. But okay, what is going on here? What is going on? Nathan McKinnon now has a breakaway and a chance to end this game, but Vasilevsky once again is making the big stop. This game has been ridiculous. So we're down to the final 50 seconds. Carolina has the puck in the offensive zone. Stop diving. Just stop diving. I am sick and tired of seeing it. This is the second time in this game where we've seen a player dive when they were wide open. Nobody is near them. Jackson Blake, a chance to end this one. I'm surprised Taylor Hall didn't dive to take that shot. It's getting ridiculous. So we're in the final seconds of overtime. 23.2 seconds left. Neither team has been able to find the back of the net until now. Seth Jarvis is scoring. You're going to score that goal. There should have been no opening right there. Out of all the goals scored, this one's the one that's going to find the back of the net. Seth Jarvis, there really should have been an opening. I have no clue why Vasilevsky is giving you that much space. No, that's a little bit ridiculous. Like, bro set his body right here. Like, you could not have given him more space. He is squared up to the shot right here. Vasilevsky, did you leave any of the net open? No, I've got it all covered, except for this massive gap right here. What are we doing, EA? Now, that was certainly another interesting finish. Nikita Kucherov, you're going to be switching teams, joining the Carolina Hurricanes. But out of all goals to be scored, that was the winner. Like, Vasilevsky made 8 million elite saves, and then he's going to leave the net wide open for Seth Jarvis. What are we doing here? Now, I think that's the most annoying thing about videos like this, where everything is looking good, and then you see some stupid goal scored like that. Like, Vasilevsky made 8 million elite saves, and then he allowed that weak goal. Like, there's no way that just happened. So we've had back-to-back overtime matchups. Are we going to get a third here? Potentially. The Washington Capitals are going to be attacking, and there's only one team for them to take on. That's the Calgary Flames. Like, they're literally surrounded by Calgary Flames territory. They don't have any other choice. So let's go ahead and spin the challenge wheel and find out what we're going to be landing on. It looks like it's going to be a season simulation between these two teams. And considering what Calgary did in their last season simulation, I think Washington could be in trouble. So the Calgary Flames can be first in the entire league once again this season simulation, a 56-20-6 record. And the Washington Capitals are also making the playoffs with a 47-34-1 record. So it all comes down to the postseason. Who's going to be making the deepest run? Well, the Calgary Flames are going to make it all the way to the conference finals where they're going to lose. Meanwhile, the Washington Capitals are losing in 5 games in the first round to the New York Islanders. So the Calgary Flames are once again winning the season simulation. Washington, you had a great run, but that run has now come to an end. Now, we've already added 2 elite players to the Calgary Flames, Connor McDavid and Kyle Connor. Now we're going to be adding another great player. I'm not calling Alexander Ovechkin elite in the year 2025. Just look at the way Alexander Ovechkin has started this season. He's aged out. It happens. He's 40 years old. Do we really expect this man to score 50 goals every season? Father Time has caught up to him. It happens to everyone at some point. Not only is Father Time caught up to Ovi, but it must be catching up to me, because if Ovi's aging out, I must be old as dirt. Now we're only left with 4 teams that still have to attack, and it looks like our next attacking team is going to be the Philadelphia Flyers. So there's only a couple teams that the Philadelphia Flyers can take on, and with them heading southeast, it's going to be a very easy selection. Because clearly, if you go southeast from the Philadelphia Flyers logo, that's going to enter some Florida Panthers territory, so we have Philly versus Florida. Now let's go ahead and spin one more wheel to figure out what we're going to be doing between these 2 teams, and it looks like it's going to be a best-of-3 series. Now with each series being a best-of-3, every game is more important than the last. So with that being said, the Florida Panthers are going to score 3 goals in less than a minute. Yeah, Philly's not off to a great start, however, they have now answered back with 3 unanswered unanswered goals. So the third period's likely going to be deciding this one, and Sam Reinhart's going to pick up the most important goal. So Florida won game 1, and all they have to do is win one more. Like when it comes to a best of 3 series, whoever wins game number 1 is in a significantly better spot than the other team. So winning game number 1 for Florida means quite a bit. We're moving into the second period in this one. It's still a scoreless game. So who's going to open up the goal scoring in the third period? Well, it looks like that's going to be Noah Cates. Bobby Brink would pick up an empty netter. So this series is all tied up, and game number 3 is going to be the deciding one. So it all comes down to this final game. The Philadelphia Flyers and Florida Panthers. Sam Reinhart and Michkov are exchanging goals in the first period. Moving into the second, Philly's taking over. They're picking up 3 goals to Florida's 2, but this is still a very close game, and Florida could make the comeback. So we've entered the final 5 minutes. The Florida Panthers are yet to respond in this one. We'll jump into the final 29 seconds. We have to see if there's going to be an empty net goal scored. I'm not really too worried about Florida answering back here. I just want to see the empty net goal. Now, as long as Travis Connect, you can get the puck out of the defensive zone, Philly's going to be walking away with the victory, and it looks like that's going to be happening. Are you kidding me? Sean Couturier, are you kidding me? You were inside the blue line and you missed that shot. No, this is beyond ridiculous. Now, what can I say? I was definitely not expecting a Philadelphia Flyers victory here, but here we are. The Florida Panthers are going to be falling. That means Barkov's going to be switching teams. He's now going to be joining the Philadelphia Flyers. Philly's now won 2 big games, and they've brought 2 great centermen to the team. I don't think we can sleep on the Philadelphia Flyers anymore. No, I didn't expect the new and improved Florida Panthers to be dropping a best-of-3 series to the Philadelphia Flyers of all teams, but here we are. So 3 teams remain on the wheel: the Toronto Maple Leafs, Utah Mammoth, and Columbus Blue Jackets. And it looks like Columbus is attacking, but I believe they do have to take on the Philadelphia Flyers. And that is exactly the case. The Columbus Blue Jackets are surrounded by Philadelphia Flyers territory, so they have no choice. They have to take on Philly. The only thing that isn't decided is what challenge they're going to be partaking in, and it looks like it's just going to be a regular game between these 2 teams. And if I'm being honest, Columbus, this is probably the last thing you want to see, because the Philadelphia Flyers are new and improved. They're going to be a tough matchup. So Columbus and Philly are 2 great teams, but I think the Philadelphia Flyers are a little bit better in this scenario. They're going to be picking up the first 2 goals in the first period. Moving into the second, Ivan Provorov, the former Philadelphia Flyers, is going to be picking up a goal. So it's all the Flyers scoring goals right now. Only Tippett's going to be picking up another one. Jack Reeves just can't seem to keep the puck out of the net. Barkov's picking up the power play goal. I think it's safe to say this one's over. Columbus would make a late push, but it's not going to be enough. Philly's taking this one 5-3. So the Columbus Blue Jackets are falling to the Philadelphia Flyers. Zach Grensky's now going to be joining the team. He's going to be the 3rd highest rated player on this team, the new highest rated defenseman at 92 overall. The Philadelphia Flyers are here and they're ready to compete. So if you didn't think the Philadelphia Flyers were legit, well, you have to believe in them now. They're one of the few powerhouses remaining. I'm going to be honest, looking at this island right here, there's a lot of surprises. So we're down to 2 attacking teams before we put everyone back on the wheel. Utah Mammoth are going to be the next up. There is actually a very good chance they take on Philly. I mean, in saying that, there's a 1 in 4 chance, so I wouldn't say it's going to be guaranteed, but it looks like it will be. So if you were sick and tired of the Philadelphia Flyers, that sucks quite a bit. Utah's taking them on next. So it's time for the Philadelphia Flyers to be in their 3rd straight challenge. What's this one going to be? A season simulation? Now this one could definitely go either way. Now this was definitely the most interesting season simulation we've done so far. So the Philadelphia Flyers are going to be 4th in the entire league. That team is absolutely flying. When it comes to Utah, they're going to be missing the postseason. Actually, one of the worst teams in the entire league, 26th. Now, so far, out of all the season simulations we've done, we've seen a handful of teams miss the playoffs. And in those same season simulations, we've seen a handful of teams make the playoffs. But we have never seen a team miss the postseason, while the other team that made the playoffs actually went on to win the Stanley Cup. And that's what's going to happen here, as the Philadelphia Flyers are going to roll through the postseason, 16-4, and they're Stanley Cup champions just like that. So Utah, you're going to be losing the season simulation, not because you guys didn't make the postseason, but because the Philadelphia Flyers won the Stanley Cup. So the Philadelphia Flyers are going to be taking down yet another team. This team just refuses to lose, and now they're bringing in Clayton Keller. Yeah, the Philadelphia Flyers might be the best team remaining. Now, I really hope you're not tired of the Philadelphia Flyers quite yet, because the Toronto Maple Leafs are the final team that needs to attack. There is like a 75% chance they take on Philly as well. Just based on the way Philadelphia has been claiming territory, they just seem to be in front of every team that has to attack. In Toronto, you're going to be heading northwest, and I believe that is Philadelphia Flyers territory. So for what seems like the 800th matchup in a row, Toronto versus Philly, we just can't escape the Flyers. Now, if I'm the Toronto Maple Leafs, I want to take this team on in a shootout, because I think that's the best chance we have but you're not going to get that. Instead, it's a best-of-7 series. So it's the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Philadelphia Flyers in a best-of-7 series. Austin Matthews is showing up in OT. That's a very interesting start. So moving into game number 2, what's going to be happening? Well, the Philadelphia Flyers are going to get back. It's going to be 5 big-time goals for this team. They're going to even up the series. Now, each team was able to win a game in Philly, but who's going to be winning game number 3? Well, it looks like it's going to be the Toronto Maple Leafs as David Pasternak's picking up the OT winner this time. Like, we have to remember, Toronto has been in a matchup already. They beat Boston a long time ago, but I guess that doesn't really matter. Philly's going to be scoring 5 in this one. They've evened up the series, and now it's best of 3 moving forward. So when it comes to a best of 3, this game right here is going to be the most important. Philly's picked up 2 goals in the first period. They continue to score in the second. They're going to be stealing this one away 6-1, and Toronto's now on the brink of elimination. So Toronto, can you get back in game number 6? The most important game for you guys. You're already eliminated. You allowed 4 goals in the first period. You lost 7-5. That is a tough way to go out. Now, they can't stop, and they won't stop. The Philadelphia Flyers, another victory. I don't know how many wins that is in a row. I believe that's 4 wins in a row now. Yeah, this team is just something else. Now, not that long ago, the Philadelphia Flyers really didn't own that much of the island. Well, things have changed. We're down to our final 5 teams. The San Jose Sharks, LA Kings, Calgary Flames, Philadelphia Flyers, and Carolina Hurricanes. Only one team can be the last team standing, so we might as well jump into our final couple matchups. So here we go. 5 NHL teams remain. We have 4 more matches. Of course, it's Philly. Why am I not surprised? At this point, I'm fully convinced Philly is going to be in every matchup moving forward. It looks like they're going to be heading southwest. Now, this is going to be a matchup for all of the land. Philly versus Calgary. The 2 heavy hitters. Only one team's going to be remaining after this game. Well, I shouldn't really say this game because we actually don't know what we're going to be doing here, except it is going to be a regular game. That kind of worked out, so it's the biggest matchup of the video. The Philadelphia Flyers and Calgary Flames going at it. Obi's going to start the goal scoring off in the first period. Moving into the second, Philly's going to be responding. It's no surprise this is going to be a close finish. So Zach Werenski's going to be picking up a big-time goal, but Morgan Frost's goal is going to be even bigger because he's going to be tying this game up. We're entering the final 10 minutes of the third period. No team has responded since the Morgan Frost goal, so we might be off to overtime unless somebody scores in the next minute or so here, and it doesn't look like that's going to be happening. We're off to overtime. I think this is the 3rd time we have tried to play a regular game, and we've just ended up in 3-on-3 overtime. It's getting a little bit ridiculous. So we have 3-on-3 OT. McDavid's on the ice. Austin Matthews is on the ice. McDavid might have a chance here. It looks like Austin Matthews is going to poke it away, and he might have a breakaway here. Can he get past the last Calgary defenseman? It looks like it. He's going to have the puck poked away. He's not going to get a shot up towards that. Matthews is selling like usual. No surprise here. McDavid had a breakaway. McDavid could have ended this game. I don't know why they didn't get that pass towards him. This game would have been over. Now, Calgary could potentially get another opportunity here. Connor McDavid's got the puck. His team went up, but his stick's going to break. That is the worst thing that could have happened. Connor McDavid, I don't know what you're going to do here. Low-key, that was a smart play. Connor McDavid might have just saved the game for the Calgary Flames. He hasn't got off the ice. He still doesn't have a stick. What is Bro doing? Connor McDavid, you are making some very questionable decisions right now. Okay, I just want to bring this up. I don't think we have to worry about it, but if neither team scores, both of them are eliminated. There is 3:30 left in overtime, and Obi has a great opportunity, but I just want to point that out. If neither team scores, they're both eliminated, and that would be some crazy work. So Nazem caught. Oh, he has a wide open man. You got to get that pass over, Kadri. You had a wide open Mackenzie Weegar. Blake Coleman a chance to end it, and he's going to end it. Kadri, you got lucky. You got lucky that Blake Coleman scored that goal. I believe that's his 2nd winner of the video. But yeah, Mackenzie Weegar was wide open in front of the net. Granted, if you did pass it to him, he probably would have dove. So I guess we do have to consider that. And take back everything I was saying. If you pass that over to Mackenzie Weegar, he probably would have dove for it. So that was a crazy finish. But the Philadelphia Flyers are finally going to be losing. Beachcoff is now going to be switching teams. I thought Philly was going to make a push to win it all, but I guess that's not the case anymore. Calgary's taking them down. Now that one victory for the Calgary Flames turns the island into this. It's all Calgary Flames except for a couple small areas. Now I just want to point out, the Calgary Flames weren't attacking there, so they still might get into another matchup, but it looks like it's going to be the San Jose Sharks first. Granted, I should say the Flames won't be in this matchup because I do believe it is possible, and I think it might have just happened. Now that arrow spin was slightly southeast, and I don't think it was south enough for San Jose to take on the LA Kings, so we're going to have the San Jose Sharks take on the Calgary Flames instead. So let's just figure out if Calgary is going to have another successful defense here. But if they do want to have a successful defense, they have to be the first team to score. And based on what happened last time, neither team scored and both of them were eliminated. So y'all are going to have 5 minutes of real time to score a goal here. I don't think it should be that difficult for at least one team to score here. But if neither team scores, you're both eliminated. I've mentioned that a couple times so far, but I just want to emphasize that. We've seen it happen once. It is possible to happen again. So Jonathan Huberdeau is looking to get the Calgary Flames on the board, but his pass is going to be intercepted. Jeff Skinner's going the other way now, and he is going to be absolutely wrong. Bro is not cooking there whatsoever. So the young core for the San Jose Sharks is doing a majority of the work right now. There's a loose puck in front of the net. Will Smith could have had a great opportunity, but he couldn't get a stick on the puck. And now Sharon Govich is going the other way, but not for long. Jeff Skinner now has it in the offensive zone. His shot's going to be blocked. San Jose has taken the only 3 shots so far. Calgary has done absolutely nothing in the offensive zone. They have to change that real quick. And it looks like they're going to have a great opportunity to do so. San Jose is going to be taking a penalty, so the Calgary Flames are going to have a power play, and they might be able to do something with it. So it's going to be a 2-minute power play for the Calgary Flames. It's a cross-checking penalty from Adam Gaudette. That might be the difference maker in this game. So the Calgary Flames are sending out their elite power play unit. Kyle Connor, Connor McDavid, Alexander Ovechkin. Who is going to be able to stop that? Well, maybe the San Jose Sharks, but it's going to be tough. Now, if Calgary does want to score, they're going to have to do something pretty quick here. They're almost halfway through their power play. They have taken 1 shot. They have a lot of exhausted players on the ice. Ovi, another great opportunity right there. That's going to be another big-time save from Askarov. Now, the Calgary Flames are going to get one last rush here. Of course, that's going to be led by Connor McDavid. He's going to try to do something with it. Askarov's making another big-time save. And just like that, the penalty's over. San Jose was able to kill it off. We're down to the final 8 minutes and 50 seconds, and neither team has scored. We might be eliminating 2 teams once again. And we're down to the final minute 20. So there's probably about 30 seconds of real time left in this game, probably less than that. The pass is going to be picked off. William Eklund has it. He has to score a goal real quick here. Dmitry Orlov over to Adam Gaudette. He's going to try to ice the puck. Orlov's got a chance to win this game. Is he going to be able to do so? No, he isn't. Dustin Wolf, a big-time save, but Calgary has to go quick here. They don't have too much time. 5 seconds left. Jonathan Huberdeau is going to be turning the puck over. Can he get a shot towards the net? It doesn't look like it. And just like that, the San Jose Sharks and Calgary Flames are both being eliminated. 2 teams that potentially were going to be heavy favorites entering our final couple teams are both eliminated. And just like that, our final is set. Our final is set after both of these teams failed to score a goal in the first period. They had over 5 minutes to do so, but they just couldn't get it done. Now, what can I say? I am absolutely stunned with that result. The San Jose Sharks and Calgary Flames are going to be unable to score in the first period. Both teams are going to be eliminated. I just want to point out, they had 5 minutes of real time to score that goal. Nikita Kucherov earlier in this video, granted it was a 3-on-3 goal, scored in the first 10 seconds. 5 minutes of real time is more than enough for one of these teams to score. But I guess 5 minutes just isn't enough. We're going to have another 2 teams eliminated. Both of them failed to score a goal in the first period, and it all comes down to this. The LA Kings and Carolina Hurricanes, I never expected this final. And I definitely didn't expect this final by the way we got here. The Carolina Hurricanes are going to be the attacking team, meaning LA is going to be the home team. So we know who's home, we know who's away. Let's see what this final matchup's going to be. It's a best-of-7 series. I think this is the perfect way to finish it off. So here we go, our final is set. The Carolina Hurricanes and LA Kings. Who's going to be taking the very important game number 1? Well, it looks like it's going to be the Carolina Hurricanes as they're dominating this one. So Carolina was able to steal game number 1 away. Can they steal game number 2? It doesn't look like it. LA's going to be shutting them out. It's a 5-0 victory. It's a best-of-5 moving forward. So with it being a best-of-5 moving forward, this game is going to be incredibly important, and it looks like it's going to be another shutout from Darcy Kemper. Drew Doughty's picking up 2 goals in the third period. LA's taking a 2-1 series lead. So this is going to be one of the biggest games. Can the LA Kings take a 3-1 series lead? It looks like they will be. Logan Stankoven would pick up a late goal, but it's not going to be enough. Tim Stutzel and Mikey Anderson are picking up some critical goals in the third period. LA has a 3-1 series lead, and they are 1 win away from winning NHL Survivor Island. Now, some might say it would be a Mickey Mouse victory because there was 4 different teams that were eliminated because they weren't able to score a goal in the first period. You know what I say to that? Don't suck in the first period. Plain and simple. You had 5 minutes to score a goal. If you were unable to do so, that's not my fault. Ehlers is going to be picking up a big goal in the third period. He's going to be making this a 1-goal game. Carolina's going to have to score another quick one, though. We're entering the final 10 minutes. Carolina is yet to respond. Can they score a power play goal? No, they can't. We're watching the seconds tick down in this game. I don't think Carolina's going to get back into it. Warren Fogel's picking up an empty netter, and just like that, it's been finalized. The LA Kings are our winners of NHL Survivor Island. They're taking down the Carolina Hurricanes in a 5-game series. Truthfully, I thought the Carolina Hurricanes were going to blow the LA Kings out of the water here. Nathan McKinnon, Nikita Kucherov, Seth Jarvis, Sebastian Aho. This team had everything they needed. But apparently the LA Kings, led by Corey Perry, are going to be a little bit too much. So just like that, it's all over. The LA Kings are our winners of NHL Survivor Island. In saying that, they really don't own that much land because they're surrounded by the ruins of the Buffalo Sabres and New Jersey Devils and the ruins of that Calgary Flames and San Jose Sharks matchup. So LA, you might be the last remaining team on Survivor Island, but you're surrounded with a lot of ruins. So I don't know how you're going to be surviving on this island. There's really nothing left. So I don't know how you're going to be surviving on this island. There's really nothing left.
The hot, crispy filet of fish. You either love it, or you haven't tried it yet. Get a filet of fish or 10-piece McNuggets. Get 2 for $6 and add $1.39 any size soft drink.
The 2026 Winter Olympics are here. NHL players are back for the first time in 12 years, and already we're off to an electric start. So let's dive into all the storylines, tactics, and drama for each nation so far in the preliminary round of this tournament. Now, quick note, me and the IOC aren't as close as Gary and I, so we aren't using footage like we usually do for these games. But all that means is we got creative, and that you, unfortunately, have to see this mug a little bit more than usual on the channel. Either way, sit down and enjoy it, because I'll tell you right now, the hockey has never been better. So the Olympics started on Wednesday, and kicking off the tournament is Slovakia versus Finland. If you watched our preview video, you know that this is one country in Slovakia that's coming in as a dog, and another in Finland that's coming in as a country expecting to get a medal. And out the gate to open the scoring is the 21-year-old Montreal Canadian Juraj Slafkovsky, courtesy of a nice pizza delivered from Lettinen. I think this goal is a prime example of defenders getting used to the smaller dimensions of the rink. It's 3 feet smaller than the NHL size, so even if guys are coming from an Olympic size, it's way smaller than they're used to. Lettinen thinks he's got support here. Slafkovsky's there. He says, "Thank you very much for coming out. I'm going to take that." Shows the patience of a monk and berries. He came in as a 17-year-old and was a monster. He actually won the MVP of the tournament and helped lead Slovakia to a bronze medal. Yes, I know, it wasn't against NHL competition, but the kid was 17 and he played great. That goal sets the tone early, but the other story for Slovakia was goalie Sam Halaiva. Listen, there's always a few or one tendy that comes out of nowhere and steals these types of games in this tournament. He was unbelievable early on. Finland was dominating the play. They would eventually tie it thanks to Eli Tolvanen, but despite being peppered like an unseasoned steak, Halaiva stones the Finns in the third. They bang home 2, including this third one, which was a missile from Juraj Slafkovsky again, but he's Wayne Gretzky as soon as he pulls on that Slovak uniform. They hold off the Finns, get the empty netter, and we get our first upset of the tournament in the first game. 38 saves on 39 shots for Halaiva as the Slovaks get in the win column to set the tone for the tournament. Next up, we got Sweden versus my Cuginos in Italy. Italy is coming into this tournament as the biggest underdogs as the host nation. They have about 0 chance to win this game. Only way they find a way to pull this off is if they somehow put Goldberg, the goalie from Mighty Ducks, as a secret agent in Sweden's crease, and holy, did it look like that early in the game. Italy dumps it out on net. Gustafsson, he just has to handle it, but it turns out he takes care of it like it's a grenade. It bounces out, and on top of that, he just drops his stick completely. It is panic at the disco for him, and in comes Luca Frigo. Johnny on the spot. Are you Frigo kidding me? I'll see myself out. But Italy has a 1-0 lead over Sweden. What the hell is going on here? That is not supposed to happen. Italy, though, you can just tell is severely outmatched with talent. You want to talk about peppering a goalie. Sweden outshot Italy 25-2 at the end of the first period in this one, and only left with a 2-1 lead. Italy got one early in the second, which means that Sweden's goalie, Filip Gustafsson, had allowed 2 goals on 5 shots. That is no bueno. It was just survival mode for Italy, though, basically just off the boards and out anytime they could. They would sag into this zone coverage to protect the middle, and that just allowed Sweden to dominate possession on the perimeter. It's the right play with that big of a talent gap between these two teams, but eventually the dam is going to break. Sweden breaks the tie thanks to the tap-in from Will Nye, the science guy. At the end of 2 periods, Sweden had 40 shots on net. Italian goaltender Daniel Clara was turning into prime Gianluigi Buffon in this one. Like, and the Oilers signed this guy. I mean, holy, he was putting on a show, playing out of his mind, and then he makes this unbelievable breakaway save on Elias Pettersson. You can just see from the picture, I tore my groin 5 times just looking at him do the splits right there, and he actually got hurt on this play, so he had to leave the game. Sweden gets a late one, and all this potential nonsense of an upset goes away as Sweden wins 5-2. But what an effort from Team Italy as day 1 comes to a close. Now, before we continue, we got to thank our friends over at SeatGeek for sponsoring today's video. SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads. There's more than 70,000 listed events from sports to concerts to festivals and more. The way it works is simple. You browse seating on a scale of 1 to 10. Look for the green, which indicates the best deals, and voila, you got yourself a good pair of tickets. The best way to use it is before a game on the app on your phone, where you can snag some unreal last-minute deals. The Winter Olympics are here, but this summer the World Cup is on, and you can get tickets right now through SeatGeek. You know they hooked us up with a code to get you some great deals too, so if you hit the link in the description to download the app, it'll automatically apply the code HOCKEY2026 so that you can get 10% off your next pair of tickets. I use SeatGeek for every live event I go to, and I go to a lot of them for the channel. It's the best way to experience a game live on a great deal. So get the app, use the code, and enjoy your next game with SeatGeek. Moving on to Thursday, kicking us off is Switzerland versus France. The Swiss are a country planning on making some noise. We had them on the fringe of being contenders coming into the tournament in our preview with guys like Roman Yossi, Timo Meyer, and Nico Hischier, while France is coming in as big of a dog as pretty much Italy. First 5 minutes of the game, the Swiss get 2 early goals, and then it's pretty much good night Jim Kite from there. As an underdog in these tournaments, your only real hope is to get the first goal and then play some form of a 1-3-1 trap or a 1-2-2, and hope your Tendi stands on his head. As soon as you got to chase the game with little to no NHL talent, you're in some trouble. France gets shut out, and how about the 38-year-old Swiss Tendi, Leonardo Giannoni? Sounds kind of Italian, but he becomes the oldest goalie in the NHL Olympic era with a shutout, 28 saves, and a 4-0 Swiss win. Next is the big one, Canada versus Czechia. Czechia's junior team currently owns Canada. They've knocked them out 2 years in a row. The Czechs as a nation are starting to catch up to the powerhouses, and this rivalry is getting some legs. Out of the gate, both teams are flying, and it looks like Canada gets on the board first. Nathan McKinnon, top bunk, how are you? But hold the phone. You got to call Gary, even though he's got nothing to do with this tournament. This one's coming back because Suzuki trips the defender right before the goal, so the call comes back, and Canada gets a penalty to boot. Now, the whole period was pretty tight and even on both sides, but then in the dying seconds, we see Canada's ozone strategy early on pay off. Usually in modern hockey, with teams loaded with talent, they tend to play a more 2-3 type of strategy to make plays high in the zone. But Canada had a clear MO and played a more traditional 3-2, where they prioritize bodies in front of Doskal. And we see it here as McDavid gets possession. Celebrini and Wilson are going to go straight towards the net, and Celebrini is actually going to stop up at the net, and once this puck switches sides over to Cale Makar, he throws a perfect, typical puck for Celebrini. He's tipping long stockings, but in the dying seconds, Canada makes it 1-0. What a season this kid is having. Now, we also talked about how the shorter rink will impact how the game is played, and having an answer in the neutral zone to create controlled possessions will be key. Canada absolutely tore up Czechia in the neutral zone in this game. Here are the stats from Mike Kelly. Canada gained the ozone 43% of the time on entries in the first, 58% in the second. Shots were close, but a 10-1 from the slot for Canada, and the way they did it was through these little 2-foot slip plays to support. On this play, Canada looks for the quick up stretch pass, and Marner is a cheeky tip play to Crosby on the wing. That immediately beats a layer of Czechs in the neutral zone. Crosby has a controlled possession, and then Marner is going to beeline it to the wall to give him support. Another 2-foot chip to Marner. It's a 2-on-1, and Marner with a perfect pass. Both he and the puck go over the Czech D. Stone's right there. It's 2-0. No one has been more productive than Mark Stone coming into this tournament, by the way. Takes him about 3 weeks to get up the ice, but he's so damn smart, it doesn't even matter. Second goal is more of the same for Canada, but the far side winger Reinhardt is going to stretch out the Czechs by parking himself at the far blue line. Not only does this give Marchand an option to stretch the ice with a cross-seam pass, but it also opens up the middle of the ice underneath as the Czechs back up to cover Reinhardt. Marchand waits a split second. Bo Horvat's coming down Main Street, flying, control possession, in on the breakaway. Reminds Dossler to close his damn legs, 3-0. And that right there is how you create control possessions even when there's less space. Canada adds 2 more in the third. They win big, 5-0, and Jordan Binnington gets the shutout. The guy who everyone is always uncertain of had an unbelievable day. Canada looked dominant in their first game. Next up is Germany versus Denmark. Out of all the teams to pull off some upsets, I think I like Germany the most because of their star power and where they have their weapons. You got Grubauer in net, who's having a solid year. You got the Machine himself and Mo Seider. He'll play half an hour for you if you need be. And of course, you have one of the best players in the world in Leon Draisaitl. For Germany, it's exactly who you think kicking it off. 23 seconds into the game, the German doctor himself, Draisaitl, surgical tip, makes it 1-0 early. Denmark would tie it later in the period, but like I said, this is what Germany could do in this tournament because woo-woo Timmy Stu gets not 1, but 2 goals in this game, including the game winner. Seider played 26 minutes, and Philipp Grubauer was a wall, stopping 37 shots in a 3-1 Germany win. That checks off all the boxes for them, and that's big, especially because they're in the same group as the States, who are playing Latvia. And the Latvians are well known for giving favorites a heart attack, but the U.S. come out coming right away thanks to the Kachucks. The first goal, Matthew to Brady, post and in, fitting. It's the heartbeat of the team in those two. That gets USA going, and this is a bit of an odd period though for the States as they seemingly go up 2-0. Gary gets another call. It's no goal after offside, and then Latvia scores right after to tie the game. USA would go up again at 2-1, but deja vu, it gets called off for goaltender interference. Who knows what the hell that is anymore. So this game goes into the second all tied at 1, which is considered a win for Latvia, but the second period is where Team USA takes over. Ladies and gentlemen, since January 1st, no one has scored more goals in the NHL than Dwayne "The Brock" Nelson, and he's carrying that play right into this game. He scores the go-ahead goal, gives the old point like that goal is going to count, and then he gets another one later to make it 4-1 for Team USA. Latvia had to pull Aldersmer's Lincoln. This guy was looking like my beer league tendy, huffing and puffing on 11 p.m. on a Monday night game after getting peppered. Matthews also got his first and a cookie. That should be a nice little boost for his confidence. He went goalless in the Four Nations, so that's a big one for him. Now, tactically in this one, we saw the standard 1-2-2 aggressive forecheck from the United States that they had success with in the Four Nations. I'd imagine that's here to stay, but the U.S. were just so good on the transition with their regroups in this one, and it led to chance after chance. The first Kachuk goal is an example of this. Just look at Latvia's players here stack the blue line. Against a team like Canada, Finland, or Sweden, this puck is probably dumped in to avoid a deadly counterattack, but because it's Latvia and, well, Zach Werenski with the puck, he loops back to keep possession. He then waits for Latvia to make a bad change, and then he feeds Matthew Tkachuk to start the setup for the eventual goal. We saw this frequently in this game. That's the luxury of having both Werenski and Hughes on the back end to control the pace. But I wouldn't be surprised if the philosophy shifts to a more dump and chase style once they face better competition. Moving on to Friday, we got Sweden versus Finland, one of the best rivalries in the sport. You can always count on these two teams hating each other. There was a break to the penalty box, looked like a Florida-Tampa game. And out of the gate, just like against Italy, Sweden had a brutal start again. They gave up 2 goals in the first, and the Swedish goalie, Philip Gustafsson, is just fighting it so far in this tourney. 2 goals in 4 shots versus Italy, and then 2 goals on 6 shots versus Finland. Perhaps a goalie change is on deck there, but they stay with him in this game. Now in the second, Dahlin got one on the peeper to make it 2-1, but the Swedes, they just give it right back thanks to Erik Haula, turning into a magnet when shorthanded. Solo job, he draws in 3 Swedes, and no one in the support valve here to get off the boards except for Joel Armia. It's poked free, and what is he doing all alone there? Backhand, forehand, shelf. A shorthanded goal is absolutely killer for Sweden, and Finland doesn't look back as they add an empty netter to win 4-1. Now let's talk about Sweden's coaching decisions in this game. In game 1, Demon Ulrik Larson literally got dressed to play 0 minutes. That's fun. Also, Philip Forsberg only played 1 minute and 3 seconds in that game, and in this game, where they needed goals against Finland, guys like Forsberg and Bratt played less than 10 minutes. And when you look at the advanced numbers, Sweden carried the play and outchanced Finland by a good margin, especially in slot shots. But inner slot shots, they kept them somewhat under control, especially in the late game. There just wasn't a whole lot of really dangerous looks on the inside for Sweden because of the detail of Finland's zone coverage. Just look here. You got sticks in all the right spots, covering the interior bumper, leaving only the perimeter option on the point open, and even then, Finland's movement and cohesiveness just doesn't give Sweden much of a chance for a comeback. Combine that with UC Saros being dialed in this game with 34 saves, that is a huge response from Finland getting the win over Sweden. Going on at the same time was Slovakia versus Italy, and no prime Gianluigi Buffon in net for the Italians, as Daniel Clara is probably still icing his cojones after robbing Elias Pettersson on that B-way last game. So in comes David Fedani, and like I said, key formula for an underdog is to get the first one. Italy doesn't. All tied at 0, Slovakia scores early in the second, and now Italy is chasing the game for the rest of the game. However, Italy continues to surprise at least myself and everyone. I think before the tournament started, a lot of people thought, because they're the host nation, that every game was going to be a blowout. But despite being outchanced and outskilled, they've stuck around in these games through some good goaltending and opportunistic scoring. They actually pulled a goalie with 3 minutes left, down by 2 in this game. They scored once, but fall short. However, given how these games have gone, I think this is a big win for Italian hockey so far. Next up is Czechia versus France. The Czechs got worked by Canada 5-0, so they need this game. They get a 2-0 lead going into the second and buckle up for a wild period. The wheels fall completely off for the Czechs as France scores 3 goals on 4 shots to take the lead. The Czechs get one back to tie it, and on a France power play at the end of the period, we see maybe one of the worst line changes of all time. 37 seconds left in the period. Czechs have possession on their own goal line, trying to kill the penalty, and France just goes for a wholesale line change. They don't give a damn. Everyone abandons their post, so with one stretch pass, Czechia gets a 3-0 on the PK, and there you go. They're burying that all day. Who would have thought that France would look like they're trying to tank for Gavin McKenna? Czechs score to take a 4-3 lead going into the third, and that was pretty much a backbreaker. Czechia ends up winning 6-3, setting up a very important match between Switzerland and the Juggernauts in Canada. Now, early in the game, Canada gets a power play, and this unit might be the greatest thing ever assembled. For starters, you got 4 generational talents in McCarr, Crosby, McKinnon, and McDavid. Reinhardt's just the other guy on this power play, and he's a 60-goal scorer. We get a video game-like pass too from McKinnon to McDavid. He's got his first ever Olympic gold, and this man is possessed to start the tournament. He's out here crushing guys, taking their souls with huge hits, and he sets up goal number 2 for Canada as well, which means in 4 periods of Olympic hockey, this guy has 5 points. That's absurd. Now, the Swiss do respond with a power play goal of their own to cut the lead in half going into the second, but then we see John Cooper ice a literal nuclear launch code. He puts McDavid with McKinnon and Celebrini stepping onto the ice after a PK to load up, and we get magic. We talked about it all year long on the channel with Celebrini's ability to find soft spots, especially in the slot area. At 19, he's already among the best in the world at it. That threat becomes even more dangerous when you have players like McDavid or McKinnon to draw in coverages. Watch here as 2 Swiss players get sucked into the orbit. That is Nathan McKinnon, and in the zone coverage like the Swiss are in here, these double teams down low are ideal. But this is the Nate Dogg, and special players make plays even when outnumbered. No look feed right to Celebrini. Kid can't have a beer, but damn it, can he score? 3-1 Canada. The domination continued in the third too. Crosby and McKinnon got on the scoreboard for Canada. They win 5-1 to clinch their group and get a bye right to the quarterfinals. Biggest takeaway is just how dominant they look in all areas right now. Logan Thompson looked unreal, and they might have found a cheat code in their new first line in McDavid, McKinnon, and Celebrini. Now this is all great, but these are just the prelims, so once we get into single elimination games, anything can happen. Final thing, I do hope Kevin Fiala is okay. He had to get stretchered off at the end of this game after landing awkwardly on his leg. This is one of the bigger gripes that the NHL and its owners had with sending players to the Olympics for years, which is guys getting serious injuries during international hockey. Hopefully, it wasn't as serious as it looked. So, what did you think of the first few days of Olympic hockey? Who surprised you? Who pissed you off? Let me know in the comments down below. Let me know in the comments down below. We're going to be covering and breaking down the entire tournament. So make sure you turn on notifications and subscribe to the channel so that you don't miss a single thing.
Gravity at the Western Auditorium Theater, now playing through March 1st only. Wicked. See it live, remember it forever.
Shamelessly seasoned in every groove and twist. Tots sensationally seasoned pretzels.
So the Pittsburgh Penguins are far from the team they used to be. Sidney Crosby, Malkin, and Letang were three dominant players over the past decade. These three guys were able to win a handful of Stanley Cups together. However, they're just clearly not the team they used to be. Even with the addition of Erik Karlsson to the team, that wouldn't be enough for Pittsburgh to see a ton of success, as they would end up missing the playoffs here. So it's time to rebuild the Pittsburgh Penguins here and turn this team into a dynasty. But we gotta start from scratch here. Sidney Crosby has to be traded, Malkin has to be traded, Letang, Jarry, Erik Karlsson, every single player on the Pittsburgh Penguins is going to be traded away. Like, if we want to rebuild this team back to their former greatness, we have to say goodbye to a lot of these great players. Letang 37, Malkin 38, Crosby 37. Like, this core is aging out quick, and they're not going to be getting any younger. So it's time to start with the trades. And Sidney Crosby, you still have a decent amount of trade value, so we should be able to get a great player for you. So Sidney Crosby is the most valuable player to the Pittsburgh Penguins right now, and since you're the most valuable, I want to get as many assets as possible. Svechnikov, Sean Walker, and 2 second-round picks can be acquired from the Carolina Hurricanes here, or maybe not 2 second-rounders, but I would like to get a couple draft picks here. Maybe we're not going to get any draft picks at all. Can I at least get Svechnikov and Sean Walker without having to deal with anything else? It doesn't look like it. We're the team having to deal with some draft assets. Now, Pittsburgh still has a decent amount of draft picks to work with, but I don't want to trade a ton of them away. A third-round pick is going to be enough to be the difference. Sidney Crosby, you're a fantastic player for the Pittsburgh Penguins, but your time has come to an end. Svechnikov and Sean Walker, welcome to the team. So that was a massive trade for the Pittsburgh Penguins, and it's time to move on to our next one. Before we do that, though, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel, because we're trying to hit 70K by the end of the month. I won't be able to do that if you don't subscribe. So we're moving on to our next trade, and it's going to be with the Anaheim Ducks here. I'm not really too sure why you guys are interested in Erik Karlsson, but since you are, let's get a deal done. How to negotiate Zellweger, and I think we might be able to get a draft pick for this deal. Like, if we could somehow walk away with 2 third-round picks, that would be amazing. I don't think maybe I'll get 2 third-rounders, but I'm still going to ask for it. They're saying no, but all we have to do is include a 7th-rounder. So yeah, I'll definitely include a 7th-round pick here in order to get those 2 thirds. How to negotiate Zellweger and 2 third-round picks? Oh, that's a steal right there. Well, it would have been a steal if they said yes to it. I want to take that 1 third-round pick out, and maybe we can get a different pick. Give me a 4th-rounder for next season then. So a 4th-rounder for 2026, and just like that, the Anaheim Ducks are saying yes, and we got another deal done. So we've acquired a sniper and a power forward so far, so what we need is a great playmaker, and Matt Poitras, I think, can be that guy for us. We'll probably be able to re-sign you pretty cheap. 83 overall, you can probably play some first-line minutes. I'm going to be completely honest. Season number 1, we're tanking. We're not, like, blatantly tanking. We're doing what's called a competitive tank. The last team to do competitive tank, the Chicago Blackhawks. They weren't trying to lose, but they weren't trying to win games. And there's a difference. So Boston, thanks for accepting this deal. We got Matt Poitras. So it's time to get rid of the last 2 remaining pieces of the big 3. Malkin and Letang are both going to be sent over to the Columbus Blue Jackets. Malkin, I'm going to retain half the salary for the next 2 seasons, because the one thing this team's actually going to have to worry about is reaching the salary cap floor. Because yeah, we're going to trade a lot of players away, and we're going to free up a lot of money. But in saying that, both these guys are going to be traded away. Adam Fantilli and Provorov are both going to be acquired here. I'm not really too sure where Provorov fits on this team. He might be flipped in the future. But Adam Fantilli, yeah, he's going to be sticking around. So I'll include a 2nd-rounder into this deal, and I think that should be enough. They're going to be saying no to that. I'll give you a 3rd-round pick as well. I don't really want to do too much more in this 3rd-round pick. I'll throw in 1 more 3rd-rounder, but I'm not doing more than that. Like, this is the most I'm willing to offer. I'm not trading one of our 1st-round picks away. Now, hopefully Columbus says yes to this. I guess we're walking away. Alright, so I've circled back with the Columbus Blue Jackets, and I actually have an idea here. So they have one man that absolutely nobody in the NHL wants. Erik Branson. I will take on that contract. I will take on Erik Branson's contract for the next 2 years. You can be Adam Fantilli and 2 third-round picks. You're going to be saying no to that. I'll take up this 1 third-rounder. I do want to get this deal done. I really want to bring Adam Fantilli to the team. I think we're getting finessed here. Like, I fully believe that we're getting scammed in a deal like this. But you know what? Adam Fantilli, I have big plans for him in the future. Okay, Columbus, just say yes to this deal. This is getting beyond ridiculous. Here's the 2nd-round pick. Please say yes. We are very close in value here. I think a 7th-round pick could be the difference. Hopefully, 47th-rounder is, and it looks like it will be. Adam Fantilli, welcome to the team. So the next trade we're going to be doing is going to involve the Montreal Canadiens and bringing Alex Newhook to the team. 85 overall, he's going to play some top 6 minutes. With him being at 85 overall at 23 years old, you already know this man's going to develop into a superstar. Alright, so I know we have to reach the salary cap floor, and a lot of the guys that we've traded for are really young players still on their entry-level contract. So we have to take on some money here. If I was Sagan, we're getting paid almost $10 million for the next 3 years. You're 85 overall. I think you're going to stay in 85 overall for the next 3. So I feel like this deal isn't the dumbest thing in the world. We're getting a nice young player here. Marcus Peterson, Brian Rust, both of you guys will be traded over to the Dallas Stars, and we're going to get this deal done. after we add in a couple draft picks. Or we could trade away a prospect. Actually, who cares about a prospect? Lars Eller, can you be the difference in this deal? You may say no just because they don't want Lars Eller. So if you don't want Lars Eller, that's perfectly fine with me. Here's a third round pick, and then hopefully that's going to be enough. Yeah, looks like it will be. So it's time for us to bring in a new goaltender. So Tristan Jarry, you can be sent out. You're off to the Philadelphia Flyers. We'll bring in Bobby Brink. We'll also bring in Harrison. Now, Bobby Brink is a massive risk. It's every single time I trade for this man, he has zero line chemistry whatsoever. Out of all the rebuilds I've done, only one time has Bobby Brink ever had a good line fit. So we're going to take the massive risk today. Hopefully he has a good line fit. If not, we're in trouble. So Mikey Anderson's on a great contract. 7 more years at $4.1 million. He's already an 85 overall. If he's playing first pairing minutes for us, he's going to get some X factors. RC Kemper, you're on a really bad contract. You have basically no trade value. You know what? We got to reach the salary cap floor. So if you give me a third and fourth rounder to take on your contract, we can make this deal happen. They're going to be saying no to that. I'll pick up the fourth rounder, and then we should be able to. The fact that they're saying no to this is kind of wild, but what if I give you a 6th round pick? Actually, I'm not giving you that 6th round pick. Here's a 7th rounder from the Chicago Blackhawks. Now you're going to say yes to this deal. Now, Darcy Kemper, how did you end up on the LA Kings? Well, the Kings traded Pierre-Luc Dubois for you 1-for-1. So what are we going to do here? Trade for Pierre-Luc Dubois. Now there's one thing Pierre-Luc Dubois has that every single NHL team has seen in him. Potential. You don't talk about his offensive game, you don't talk about his defensive game. You talk about all the potential Pierre-Luc Dubois has, and that potential that he really never reaches. Like I swear, every single season you hear somebody talk about, oh, Pierre-Luc Dubois has this amazing potential. Yes, he has the potential. Is he going to live up to that potential? No, he is not. Like, he is not showing any signs of living up to that potential, so it's probably not going to happen. I've offered a couple different packages. At this point, I just want to get this deal done. Brendan Yager, I'm trading you as well. Brandon Yager, don't matter. Yager's gone. He's off to the Washington Capitals. It's Braden Yager, by the way. I was close enough. So at this point, we just need to fill out the bottom 6 here. Blake was on 2 4th-round picks, and we sent over to the Oilers. We're going to bring in Dylan Holloway after we give them the 7th-round pick. Because why would they say yes without that 7th-round pick? We all know how valuable it is. So in these final rebuilds leading up to NHL 25, I usually simulate the 2023-2024 season. So that's what I did in this video. During this simulation, it looks like Jesper Kotkaniemi got traded over to the Calgary Flames, and now he's going to be joining the Pittsburgh Penguins. So yeah, that just explains why he's on Calgary right now. Now I will say there is one thing the Pittsburgh Penguins are going to struggle with: drafting. We have like no draft picks left. I did trade either of my first-round picks because I plan on this team being really bad. When it comes to 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th-round picks, and including 7th-round picks, we have nothing. So we need another player for the bottom 6 and somebody for our 3rd-pairing defense. So Kaden Korzak and Pavel Dorfia, both of you guys are going to be acquired from the Vegas Golden Knights. We're not really having to give up too much in this deal, just a couple draft picks. And a 4th-rounder should be enough to get this deal done. If it's not, we'll do 2 4th-rounders. So 2 4th-rounders have been included, and just like that, we're getting this deal done. So this is going to be the final trade we make, just to get above the salary cap floor. Ryan McDonough, welcome to the Pittsburgh Penguins. We rebuilt this entire team from scratch. Now it's time to build the dynasty. Now, as I said earlier, the Pittsburgh Penguins aren't going to blatantly tank this season. We're doing what's called a competitive tank. We're not trying to lose games, we're just not trying to win games. And that is very different from purposely losing games. This forward core is going to be good in like 3 years. But right now, we're definitely not going to make the playoffs. The defense, very cooked here. Like, plain and simple, this is not a good defense. And when it comes to goaltending, we're rocking an 83 overall and an 82. We are clearly going to be the worst team in the entire league. I'm perfectly fine with that. Let's get the 1st overall pick and then bring in a franchise potential star. But of course, we have to give up the necessary extensions. We're going to start with Dylan Holloway here. Can we do an 8-year deal at a reasonable price? No, we cannot. However, we can do a 3-year deal of $1.4 million. Actually, we'll make that $1.5 million just to keep it simple. Maverick Bork, I would love to do an 8-year deal with you. What's that going to look like? $900K. We can make that happen. So here's $900K for the next 8 years. Welcome to the team. So to make this as simple as possible, I have no clue what to say about this. 2nd in the entire league, a 38-24 record. How are we 2nd in the entire league? Our offense really isn't that good. Our defense is one of the best in the entire league. We have one of the best defenses. This makes absolutely no sense. How do the Pittsburgh Penguins currently have one of the best offenses? Bobby Brink, you have been that guy for us. Hold on, 59 points in 62 games. Seshnikov, people grade 12, 58 points. Newhook, 52. Fantilli, 51. Carter Gaucher, 46. This team is doing way better than I ever expected. Like, out of our top 6, the only guy that's not really producing right now, Matt Poitras, you know what, he's going to keep on getting better and he'll start producing in the future. Kotkaniemi, you're doing your thing on the 4th line, can't really complain here. But yeah, this team is doing way better than I expected. RC Kemper, 27 wins and 914 and 272. What universe am I living in right now? Like, there is no reason that this Pittsburgh Penguins team should be as good as we are. And you know what? I don't want to get caught up in the hype here. We are not a good enough team to win a Stanley Cup, so we're not making any trades here. We're just going to rock with the team we have. Yeah, let's not rush the process here. So to finish off the season, the Pittsburgh Penguins took a slight step back, but 4th in the entire league, but 46 seriously, how did this team finish fourth in the entire league? The entire team was looking great this season. We had great scoring depth from top to bottom. But on top of that, we also had elite goaltending from Darcy Kemper, 33 wins, 3 shots, a 9-12 and a 282. That's the part I just can't get over. The fact that this team has such elite goaltending. We're moving on to our first round matchup. That's going to be us taking on the New Jersey Devils. And the one thing I haven't mentioned so far, we're going to see a bit of gameplay in this video. I'm going to be allowed to play 1 game per series. So y'all are going to be blessed today because you get to see some stick on the ice gameplay. And as we know, I'm one of the top NHL players of all time. Like when you see stick on the ice on the sticks, you're like, wow, that is something spectacular right there. So far, we split the series from the New Jersey Devils. I'd like to win game number 5 here, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. We can close out in game 6 and just move on to the second round without me having to jump to 8 games. It doesn't look like it. We're off to game 7. So here we go, game 7 between the Pittsburgh Penguins and New Jersey Devils. It's going to be a scoreless first period. In the second period, New Jersey's going to double down. We're going to back-to-back goals here. I'm jumping into this game. I'm getting us back into this series. I mean, technically, I'm not getting us back into the series here. I'm just going to try to get us even in this game and then win game 7. Because, yeah, we can't afford to lose in game 7. So it's time for the team to lock in here. We don't have a lot of time to score 2 goals. We only have 1 period, so we got to lock in here. And Zellweger, he's going to start off with a great defensive play. So it's time for us to get the offense going. And Poitras, he's going to drive towards the front of the net. He's going to be tucking this one past the goaltender. I have no clue how that just happened. I'm assuming it's still Jacob Markstrom between the pipes. Who knows? But Matt Poitras, he's going to be getting the boys on the board here. Now, I'm going to be completely honest. I did not mean to shoot that. Yeah, I have no clue how that went to the back of the net here. I tried to do a bit of a toe drag. That didn't really work, but hey, we're going to be scoring here. I'll take it. I mean, technically it wasn't a toe drag. I guess it was a backhand toe drag. Doesn't matter. We're picking up a goal here, and it's now a 1-goal game. This was the elite gameplay I was talking about. If you want to see some elite NHL content, you come to stick on the ice. So I'm definitely one of the best, and that's definitely not a lie. Hunter Gaucher, what are you doing? You are putting us on the penalty kill. You're going to take a stupid trip to penalty here. Why are you the assistant captain? I have no clue, but we're not going to talk about it. It's a 4-on-5. We've got to kill off this penalty. Okay, I have no clue what Ryan McDonough's doing behind the net here, but let's just let this man cook. Because that's actually what he's doing here. Ain't no way Ryan McDonough's going to be tying this game up. A big short-handed goal. He was weaving through the defense there. We tied this game up. Game 7, the game's tied. More than likely the next goal is going to be deciding this one. Eric Branson, what are the odds you score the winner? Because I feel like if anyone's going to score the winner here, it's going to be Eric Branson. But yeah, this is the elite gameplay that you're watching for. Bro, there ain't no way that just happened. No way Dougie Hamilton's going to be ripping that one into the back of the net. Yeah, this is the elite gameplay you came for. You didn't come for my elite gameplay. No, we're going to watch the CPU rip that into the back of the net. Dougie Hamilton, bro, I don't even know what to say about that. He just ripped that into the back of the net. Yeah, Kemper, you got to make that save. It was right off the face-off, too. That is tough. Alright, so we're trailing by 1 again. We've got 8 minutes left here. It's time to wake up. Alright, in order to score a goal here, we have to play in the offensive end. Not really too sure if the Pittsburgh Penguins know that. But yeah, we got 5 minutes left. We got to get something cooking here. And you know what? This is going to be the start of it. Turning the puck over in the offensive zone. Great work, team. Right, that's a big play by Hunter Gaucher, and then he immediately turns it over right after. You know what? We're finally breaking the puck out of our own zone here. No, we aren't. We're just immediately turning it over. We cannot get anything going against this Devils team right now. Well, I was getting cooked. Seshnikov is starting to turn on the Jets here. I think you can get past the defense. You know you can't. You're going to loop back around here. Just throw something towards the net at this point. I mean, if you can score here, I'll take it. Beauty backhand from Seshnikov there. We tied this game up. But yeah, that was an incredibly lucky goal right there. That should not have happened. If Jacob Markstrom doesn't do the pad stack, we don't score that goal. Like, all he had to really do was just sit there and we wouldn't have scored. You know, he's going to make a terrible decision. Seshnikov absolutely cooking the defense here. Yeah, why did he do that? If Bro didn't do that, we don't tie this game up. But the last time the game was tied, we immediately played terrible defense after that. Let's lock in for the next minute 50. Alright, so here we go. Overtime, game 7. Next school's going to send their team to the second round. We have to play elite defense. I don't care if our offense is mid, just don't allow great opportunities for scoring immediately. Hunter Gaucher had the greatest opportunity of all time, but Markstrom's making a big save. Seshnikov, can you snipe that winner? Yes, you can. That just got past Markstrom's glove. There is no reason we should be making that comeback. But Seshnikov is picking up 2 of the biggest goals in Game 7. He's going to allow us to advance to the second round, but that should not have happened. Like, even this breakout is terrible. Hunter Gaucher up to Zellweger here. Zellweger's going to turn over, but Matt Poitras just happened to be in the best spot. He's going to get right back to Zellweger. And Zellweger, the plan was to give it to Matt Poitras here. You know what? It worked out for us. It's going all the way over to Seshnikov. He's going to cook into the offensive zone. This is a save. In 99.9% of situations, This is a save right here. With Jacob Markstrom, he's going to fumble that puck, and he's just going to squeak right by him into the back of the net. The Game 7 decision maker. We got so incredibly lucky in this game, you know what, I'll take it. Like, we got outplayed, no question about it. In the third period, we scored 3 goals, but only took 6 shots. New Jersey took 11. Darcy Kemper, you were playing like an absolute superstar, and you're allowing us to advance here. So the Pittsburgh Penguins are off to the second round here. We're going to be meeting up against the New Jersey Devils. As I've mentioned a million times so far, we should not be in this position. Plain and simple, there is no reason the Pittsburgh Penguins should be here. But since we are, we might as well win. Now, it would be something if we somehow won a Stanley Cup in year number 1. We had goals to gain the first overall pick. We're down 3-0 in the series. Why did I start talking as if we were a good team? Like, seriously, I was about to gas this team up. We had expectations of getting the first overall pick. Here we are in the playoffs. We should be winning this game right here. Okay, we're up 7-2. We got this one locked down, 9-2. Maybe this sparks a comeback for us. Like, if we can score 9 goals against the Columbus Blue Jackets, we can clearly beat them in 4 straight. So we won game number 4, and we're staying alive in this series, but we're immediately allowing 2 goals in the first period. In the second, it's going to be a scoreless one. I got to spark the comeback again. As long as we're playing at home, we're going to be all right. You know what? Let's change it up here. Let's throw in the alternate jerseys. Those jerseys honestly aren't that clean. I'm going to be honest, I thought they looked a lot nicer. That ain't it. So it's another 2-goal comeback for the Pittsburgh Penguins. We've done it before, now it's time to do it again. But on top of making this 2-goal comeback, who are we going against? Chris Letang and Malkin. Bro, that didn't happen. No way Malkin is scoring the goal here. It's 3-0 for the Columbus Blue Jackets. We have to beat Malkin, we have to beat Letang, and we have to beat the Columbus Blue Jackets. There's a lot on the line here. And Malkin's cooking in the postseason. 19 points so far. That man's been unstoppable. But yeah, it's 3-0 now. Yeah, we gotta score like 4 unanswered. Look at Cutter Gaucher wheeling and dealing. How did the goaltender make the save here? Alright, let's throw this back to the defense and just tee one up here. Hopefully we can get a lucky bounce. We sort of did. We're picking up a penalty. We're crashing the net. That's so unfortunate right there. So yeah, we're gonna get on the penalty kill here. We're not gonna make a comeback, are we? Bobby Brink's picking up the interference penalty. That's just not what we're looking for here. There's a loose puck in front of the net. I want to crash the crease there, but it's just not working out for us for taking penalties. Okay, let's just give Dylan Holloway the puck because that man is cooking. He's wheeling and dealing right now. He's going through absolutely everyone. That was something special. Dylan Holloway, he's picking up the first goal of the game for the Pittsburgh Penguins. They're immediately showing the Jumbotron there because that's how big of a goal it was. Look at that man right there, just weaving through the defense. What a great camera angle. I can definitely see the puck. But 1 goal is just not going to be enough here. We have to score another 2 just to tie the game. Here we go, Tyler Seguin, turn on the Jets here. Get past Patrick Laine. You are so tired right now. Yeah, we're not scoring that. If we had anyone else out there on the ice, that would have been a goal. Yeah, we're just going to pretend that didn't happen. We are not going to talk about that one right there. Jamie Benn on the doorstep. I don't even know what we were doing, to be completely honest. Like, we just aren't playing good hockey right now. I mean, to be fair, I don't know what Darcy Kemper was doing. Bro was flopping around like a fish. Yeah, he made the big save there, and then it was just a cluster in front of the net. So yeah, that happened. Alright, we got 5 minutes left to score 3 goals. We might as well just call this a game right here. I doubt anything spectacular is going to be happening. Probably us allowing a goal right here. I guess not. You know what, if we get something going, but I don't think we will. Going all the way, I'm going to throw that into the corner. I'm going to let you go to work here. I mean, hey, that works. But that's a penalty. Yep, we're over. This game is over. We're over. The game's over. Everything's over right here. Let's just let the clock tick down. I'll go play that in the corner. Going all the way, 2 minutes of charging. Am I really surprised? Not really. Yeah, so we're not going to waste anyone's time here. We lost that game 4-1. I just simulated right to the end. I played up to the 2-minute mark, couldn't get anything going. But I was not scoring 3 goals. Okay, Columbus just won a Stanley Cup. They're telling me if we beat the Columbus Blue Jackets, we're probably Stanley Cup champions. You hate to see it. Yeah, we said to accept the fact that we were not making that comeback. Seshnikov, you were amazing. 15 points. Fantilli 11. Alex Newhook 10. Bobby Brink 10. You guys were looking absolutely incredible the entire year. I can't wait to see what you do next season. Even a guy like Pierre-Luc Dubois, he wasn't actually awful this season. He's up to an 86 overall. I think he did progress a little bit. When it comes to goaltending, Darcy Kemper was really good. Harrison was also really good. This team's showing a lot of promise. So we only have 1 draft pick here, but just based on the scouting we did, I don't think I'm going to use this draft pick. I think we're going to trade him. So this is the trade we're going to do, and honestly, I think this is an amazing deal. The 26th overall pick over to the LA Kings for 2 second-rounders. I'm going to say no to that. What if I take up LA's second-rounder because it has a lot more value, and I do a second and third-rounder? Let's make that a second and 2 third-rounders. I feel like that's a fair deal. Well, a fair deal for us. You're getting absolutely screwed. You know what? I'm actually a bit curious. Let's see who you draft with that pick. So where do you think you get with the 26th overall? Medium top 9 potential. Definitely worth making that move. So the team's in a really good spot right now, and a guy like Pablo Garcia wants to stick around. He can do 2.2 for the next 5 years. We have $18 million in cap space, and if we have to make some moves, we can definitely do so. So although we have a lot of money in free agency, we do have to make sure that we don't sign anyone for long-term deals, because we have to bring all these guys back here. Under Gaucher, we're going to be starting with you. We're probably looking at around $6.8 million. Let's actually make that 6.9 for the next 8 years. That's actually a really good deal. Bobby Brink, and what's going to be keeping you around? You've had an incredible season with the team. We're going to do an 8-year deal with you as well. How does 6.6 million sound? So 6.6 for the next 8. Bobby Brink sticking around. And until you got that medium league potential, of course I want to keep you here, and we're getting you an absolute steal. $6 million for the next 5. 6.1 actually. I don't know why I'm worried about that extra 100K. I just am. And then Matt Poitras, you know, we're replacing the big first-line man for us. And this deal makes absolutely no sense. You need to fire your agent right now. $4.8 million for the next 8. So as long as we can keep all these important pieces around, we're going to be set. And one of those important pieces happens to be Zellweger. This is going to be an 8-year deal, no doubt about it. We'll do $3.9 million for the next 8. 3.9 for Zellweger, and he's going to turn into a top-pairing defenseman for us. It's ridiculous the great deals we're getting right now. Also, Harrison, I'll keep you around. You're a great backup for us. That was 5 years at $1.9 million sound. Like, you're 25 years old, keep you on the team till you're 30. Makes a lot of sense in my eyes. So when it comes to any moves being made for the agency here, I think if we're doing anything, it's just signing players to 1-year deals. And one of those players, Ryan Lindgren, I'll give you a 1-year deal at $7 million. I'll give you $7 million. It's a lot more than what you're asking for, and I can guarantee you're going to come to this team. I'll actually do $6.9 million for 1 year, and then Neil Pionk, I'll do the exact same with you. So our defense is getting a massive upgrade here. We're going to be in a much better spot. I really like what we have with our forward core, so I don't want to mess that up whatsoever. I mean, maybe we can go for a goaltender and figure see who's available here. Aiden Hill actually isn't that bad of a pickup. You know what? Darcy Kemper was great for us last season. I'm going to rely on him once again this year. Alright, so we're moving into next season. But you know what? Kotkaniemi, we have Maverick Port jumping into the lineup this season, so I don't really need you anymore. So you're up to the Winnipeg Jets, and we're getting a 3rd and 5th round pick. So last season we set the standard. This team did way better than I thought they would. Like, there is no reason we should have been as good as we were last season. You know what? That's the standard now. 4th in the entire league. We got to be 1st in the entire league this time. The defense got a massive upgrade. The lowest overall being Zellweger. You know what? I still want to play those top line players. I also want Mikey Anderson playing top line players. I want these two guys sticking together. Ryan Lindgren, Pionk, guys can hold it down in the second pairing. When it comes to goaltending, Darcy Kemper has dropped to an 82 overall. Harrison's still sitting at an 82 overall. These guys are probably going to split starts this season. Next season, we'll be bringing in a true goaltender. Actually, let's not even wait till next season. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, you're the starter for the next 6 seasons. We're not really giving up too much in this deal, so I'm definitely okay with it. And we're also getting a massive upgrade in the pipe, so why wouldn't I do this? So the Pittsburgh Penguins are an absolute dominant force right now. 1st in the entire league at 39-20-3 record. There's no team that can compete with us. Going back to the big school nights at the same amount of points. We are superior to this team. We have a better offense, we have a better defense. Everything is better about the Pittsburgh Penguins. Svechnikov's been an absolute beast so far. No surprise about that. 75 points, 38 goals, 37 assists. Bobby Brink's been really good so far. Really wasn't expecting that. Tyler Gaucher, 51 points here. Matt Poitras, 50. And Fantilli's got 49 points. In pure league, well, he's been holding it down. So with the way the team's looking right now, I don't know if we're going to make any moves here. Like, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, Bro's been an absolute star since joining the team. 30 wins, 5 shots, and 917 and 259. Like, I think we just rock with the team we have. There's no reason why we need to make any trades. So to finish out the season, after making no trades, the Pittsburgh Penguins are staying number 1. A 51-27-4 record. One of the best offenses and one of the best defenses in the entire league. There's nothing stopping this team but themselves. Svechnikov, an incredible year. 98 points, including 52 goals. Bobby Brink was that guy, over a point a game. Tyler Gaucher, 67 points. And Fantilli, 65. Matt Poitras, 62. The big-time players are making big-time plays here, and you'll love to see it. When it comes to goaltending, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, 42 wins, 8 shows, and 921 to 246. Yeah, there's no way this team is losing unless we just completely let ourselves down. We are the best team in the entire league. We have one of the best goaltenders. Based on his numbers, he is the best goaltender right now. Just don't choke. We have the Montreal Canadiens in the 1st round. Let's get some momentum going. Now, I'm so confident in my Pittsburgh Penguins right now that I'm not going to jump into any of these games here. I have complete faith that we're going to sweep the Montreal Canadiens. And if it's not a sweep, it's going to be a genuine sweep. We'll take them down in 5 games. We have a 3-1 series lead. I already know we're not going to be choking that. Okay, maybe we are. You guys better win Game 6 here. We're not going to Game 7. Okay, you know that thing I said about me not playing any of these games? I lied. I will play Game 7 if I have to. I'm just a certified cap artist. If I have to jump into Game 7, I will. We're picking up the 1st goal of the game. It's going to be a scoreless 2nd period. I'm a bit concerned here. Okay, I'm not concerned anymore. Svechnikov's going to be picking up a big 3rd period goal here. Brendan Gallagher would respond a couple minutes later. We're going to be taking Game 7 2-1. So you know what? I honored my word, and I didn't have to jump to any games. Probably should have jumped into Game 7, though. So Montreal took us to 7 games, so I am a bit concerned with the team. Honestly, we probably should have swept the Montreal Canadiens. You know what? We're moving on from that. We have the New York Islanders up next. They just went to 7 games against the Philadelphia Flyers. We better not be going to 7 games again here. So we've gone to Game 7 once here, and I don't really want to go to Game 7 again, so let's just take out the Islanders to the sweep. We have a 2-1 series lead. We're moving into game number 4 here. This would be a massive win for the Pittsburgh Penguins, and why would we ever win that game here? We're moving into game number 5 here. We can't be losing 3 straight. We're not going to be doing that. Close the series out in game number 6. We're off to the conference finals. We've made to the conference finals in year number 2 here. The Pittsburgh Penguins have looked really solid so far in the postseason. However, the first round did scare me a little bit. You know what? We're a long ways away from the first round. We're in the conference finals. The final 4 teams, we got to step up when it matters. So this is a big-time matchup against the Detroit Red Wings. This is going to decide who makes it to the Stanley Cup final. We're down 2-1 in the series, so I am a bit concerned here. You know what? I can always rely on the Pittsburgh Penguins. They're going to be responding, winning back-to-back games. So if we make it 3 straight and make it to the Stanley Cup final, yes, we can. So here we go, the Stanley Cup final. The Pittsburgh Penguins take on the Vegas Golden Knights. We're winning game number 1. The Vegas is going to be winning games 2 and 4. We've tied the series up here. The series is all tied up right now. Game 5 is going to be a massive one. We're going to be coming out on top. Can we win the Stanley Cup without having me jump into any games here? Yes, we can. We're going to be winning this one in the 6-game series. The Pittsburgh Penguins are on top, and they're looking to go back-to-back next season. The team's looking absolutely fantastic. Everyone's going to be coming back here. No weaknesses whatsoever. Like, when I say everyone's coming back here, I literally mean everyone. Ryan Lindgren, $4.5 million for the next 4 years. Also, I don't know why I just capped there. Like, I don't actually mean everyone's coming back here. Pion's going to be leaving. Ryan McDonough's going to be leaving. We're losing a handful of pieces to the defensive core. And you know what? I think we're still a great team. But we can worry about extensions later. We got to focus on these guys right here. Svechnikov, 32 points, 13 goals, 19 assists. Matt Poitras, 10 goals, 14 assists, 24 points here. Cutter Gaucher, 22. Bobby Brink, 19 with 10 goals. He was locked in when it mattered. And Yuko Pekalupinen, this man was amazing. 15 wins, 3 shutouts, and 925 and a 225. Yeah, we're going back-to-back next season. There's nothing that's going to slow this team down. Now, normally I wouldn't gas up a low top 6 potential player in the draft, but this guy is a gem, and he's starting off as a 63 overall. Considering the guy that got drafted before him is only 55 overall, I think that's a good sign. So we got $10 million to work with here, and there's a couple guys that need extensions. With Pion, you're just not going to come back to the team at 6.5 million. I can't do that. Ryan McDonough, you're 37 years old. Hayden Korczak, though, we can do a cheap deal about bringing back here. We could do 3 years. Actually, let's do 4 years at 1.7 million. For a third-party defenseman, that's actually a pretty good deal. Now, we didn't really have to do too much during the re-sign phase, and I think that's a really good thing for us. And now we do have to go through some extensions, and we're starting with Ivan Miroshnichenko. Explain how I can somewhat say this name right, but if I see a name like Tyler Seguin, I'll somehow say it wrong. You know what? We're not going to worry about that. Miroshnichenko, you're going to be sticking on this team long-term. I'll do 2.9 for the next 6 years. Alex Newhook, of course, I want to keep you long-term as well. You're one of our top 6 guys here. We're going to do 7 years at 5.5. So 5.5 for Alex Newhook's a great deal. And then Tyler Seguin, I'm just not going to bring you back here. Like, you're 34 years old. You are 87 overall, though. So I might trade you away. We might be able to capitalize on a bit of trade value. And we do have to sign one defenseman before we head to next season. We could have kept Neil Pionk around on a 1-year deal. And instead, we're going to bring in Rasmus Andersson on a 1-year contract. Out of $7.9 million for 1 year sound. So Rasmus Andersson is going to be joining the team here. Now the team's set for another Stanley Cup run. So we're virtually the exact same team as last season. Matt Poitras up to an 87, Cutter Gaucher is an 88, Svechnikov's a 92. Bobby Brink, Van Tilly, Alex Newhook, you know what the team's looking like. I think the forward core is identical. The defense through is the only change bringing Rasmus Andersson to the team, and I think we actually might be better there. When it comes to goaltending, Yuko Pekalupinen, 88 overall. He's got himself an X factor now. We're going to go back-to-back. There's no doubt about it. The only team beating us is the Pittsburgh Penguins. We can only beat ourselves from here on out. So what am I looking at right here? Not top 3 in the entire league. The Pittsburgh Penguins are currently sitting 4th with a 37-20-4 record. The thing that makes the least amount of sense to me, look how many more goals we've scored than the National Predators, and our defense is better than them. We have a much better offense, a better defense, and they're still ahead of us. Like, I mean, I gotta give them props. The fact that they have a 36-19-7 record with these numbers right here, very impressive. Like, they have a goal differential of 11 and are 3rd in the entire league. That's just impressive. Nothing to say about that. Svechnikov's looking amazing once again here. 70 points, but he's -2. Okay, I am very concerned about that top line. Like, Svechnikov's not looking as good as I thought he would. Matt Poitras, 68 points. And then, hold on, where's Cutter Gaucher? That man is struggling this season. 37 points? Why are the top guys struggling? Like, I just don't understand that. I feel like we should be way better than this. You know what? I believe in the team. We're looking really good so far. Pavel Dorofia, you have 38 points. Bro, what are you doing here? Aren't you playing 4th-line minutes for us? No, that man is just built different, I guess. When it comes to goaltending, Yuko Pekalupinen, we are going to be amazing. 28 wins, 4 shows, a 909 and 280. I believe in the core we have here, but I do think we need to make at least one change. I mean, do we really need to make a change here? Like, we're fourth in the entire league, we're coming off the Stanley Cup. I think it might be safer to not make any moves here. You know what, Blake Coleman, you could be good for the bottom 6. 88 overall, you don't have that high of trade value, I'll inquire about you. Like, if we can bring in Blake Coleman on a reasonable deal here, and if you can fill in the bottom 6, unfortunately that's not the case here. But yeah, 35 years old, 88 overall with 5 X factors. Alright, Rose Ham. So to finish up the season, of course, the Pittsburgh Penguins are looking amazing. Second with 51, 27, and 4 record. But I am still concerned about that first line. Like, says Chicago, you finished with 99 points here. You were plus 5, so I guess that is a good sign. But yeah, plus 5 with 99 points, it should be better. Matt Poncho, 94 here. Bobby Brink, 81. Adam Fantilli, Tyler Seguin, Alex Newhook, keep on doing your thing here. And then when it comes to goaltending, Yuko Pekka-Luukkonen, 40 wins, 4 shots, a 9-11, and a 273. Now here's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. Emerson, you're not doing great as a backup. You know what? I'm not worried about that. A 911 and a 273, those are very good numbers, like really good numbers in the simulation. How are we getting those numbers from these plus minuses? Never mind, I understand. Ryan Lindgren plus 40, Zellweger plus 33, or Zach plus 23. Okay, it all makes sense now. Like, I was so confused on how we were getting those goaltending numbers from those plus minuses from our top players. And then I realized our defense is unstoppable. We're looking to go back-to-back here, move into the postseason. We got the Boston Bruins in the first round. Ideally, I don't have to jump to any of these games once again, and we can just easily go back-to-back, maybe even 16 down in the playoffs. So here we go. Let's start off with a sweep over the Boston Bruins. It was a dominant game, number 1 win. All right, we got a 3-0 series lead. Now, it might not be a sweep here, but it is going to be a quick 5-game series. We're off to the second round. So moving on from the first round, we have a fantastic rivalry matchup in the second round. The Pittsburgh Penguins taking on the Washington Capitals. However, these are two very different teams than what we saw a decade ago. But one thing's for certain, the Pittsburgh Penguins are definitely the favorite heading into this matchup. So although times have changed here, this is still a big rivalry matchup between the Pittsburgh Penguins and the Washington Capitals. So far, things are looking great for us. A 3-1 series lead after losing game number 1, and we're moving on to the conference finals where we get to take on the Toronto Maple Leafs of all teams. Yeah, this is a cakewalk to the Stanley Cup final. I was yapping way too much. Okay, we're facing a 3-0 deficit, won game number 4, but yeah, things are not looking good. I might have to jump into one of these games. I can almost guarantee I'm jumping into one of these. The only way I'm not jumping into one of these games here is if Toronto has one of the biggest collapses of all time. Moving into the third, I should have jumped in. I knew it. I knew when I simulated that third period, I shouldn't have done that. We're allowing back-to-back goals here. We're going to be out in the conference finals. I probably could have prevented that. If I played that third period right there, I would have prevented that loss. But unfortunately, that's not going to be happening here. We're going to be following the conference finals. We were down 3-0 in the series. I was yapping way too much. The Toronto Maple Leafs are Stanley Cup champions. Things just keep getting worse. Now, that was definitely a disappointing loss for the team, but what's going to make it worse is these forward numbers are great. And I can guarantee the goaltending numbers are also spectacular. Yuko Pekka-Luukkonen, maybe not as good as last season, and a 917 to 258, I'll take any day of the week. So we were a really good team here, but the Toronto Maple Leafs, they were just better. I guess the best team won here. Joseph Hall, 16 wins. He went 16-3 in the playoffs. Okay, that man was locked in, a 925 and a 246. So like when it came to numbers, we were definitely competing with Joseph Wall here, but the Toronto Maple Leafs, they were just locked in when the postseason came around. Connor McDavid, 33 points to lead the way. Nugent Hopkins is coming in second. Neither of these guys won the Stanley Cup. But William Nylander and Austin Matthews, they certainly did. Okay, hold on. How did Edmonton lose this? McDavid, Nugent Hopkins, we got Draisaitl, we got Savoy. Look at all these top guys here for the Edmonton Oilers, and they didn't close out in the Stanley Cup final. So I'm assuming they made it to the Stanley Cup final and then lost to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Yeah, that's a tough one. At this point, you gotta feel bad for Connor McDavid. That man just can't win there. Alright, so the 2027 draft is an absolute bust here. Like, we're looking at 7 deep potential players right now, so I'm not wasting my time. I'm gonna make the trade with the Arizona Coyotes. We get to bring in this good young player here. He's a sniper, 77 overall, and he's going X Factor already at 18 years old. We're going to give up the 92nd overall pick, the 94th overall, and the 102nd. I feel like this is a pretty fair deal here. The Arizona Coyotes are going to say no to that because why would I make them the Utah Hockey Club? I'll give them the 126th overall as well, and then we're going to get this deal done. And then we have a couple more picks left in the draft. Here we have 2 5th rounders, a 6th, and a 7th. All that's going to be sent over to the Buffalo Sabres. We're getting Cross. For some reason, he's on the trade block. 77 overall, 19 years old. Yeah, I'll definitely pick this guy up. As long as he develops, he's going to be a great defenseman for us in the future. So we have $15 million to work with, and we have to sign 2 players. Rasmus Anderson, do I want to give you this contract right here? I don't really think I want to. I don't really want to give you 5 years at 7.8 million. So we're going to let you walk. Tyler Seguin, I'm going to let you walk as well. 3.9 million. You're 35 years old. You're going to decline too quick for me. So I don't think we're going to be doing anything here. We're going to have $15 million to work with in free agency. We can make some big moves if we want to. So Evan Bouchard's available in free agency. And you know what? Not very often do I pick up Evan Bouchard in these videos. So Bouchard, that's what we're going to do today. It's going to be $11.4 million for the next 6 seasons. He's only 1 overall higher than Rasmus Anderson, and we have to pay him a lot more. But He does have a superstar X factor. So yeah, let's bring him to the team here. So Tyler Seguin might be leaving the team here, but you know what? We're going to bring in your replacement. It's going to cost us 2 third-round picks. Josh Stone, 83 overall. You're still pretty young, 25 years old. You can be the replacement we need. So I fully believe in the team we have here. I don't really care if we lost in the conference finals. This is an incredible team right here. No question about it. There's one thing I do want to say. Pierre-Luc Dubois, you're playing some third-line minutes. You've done a great job of that. $8.1 million. I didn't want to pay Dylan Holloway $3 million to play on the fourth line, but yet I'm paying Pierre-Luc Dubois $8 million to play on the third line. Yeah, sometimes money happening just doesn't make any sense here. Evan Bouchard, welcome to the team here. You're going to be a superstar defenseman, and hopefully you're going to lead to greatness in the future. However, there is one thing I'm concerned about. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. What happened, my guy? Why have you dropped to an 85 overall? Like, why? Like, you had a good season last year. Why are you dropping 3 overalls? So this team is looking so good at the trade deadline. I didn't want to stop. I wanted this team to keep on rolling, and boy, did they keep on rolling. First in the entire league, a 55-18-9 record. Having an offense like this, that's one thing, but look at that defense. 2.59 allowed. Very rarely do I see defenses that great. This team's rolling on all cylinders right now. Of course, Svechnikov's going to lead the way with 96 points, including 49 goals. Matt Poitras doing his thing until he's looking great. The top 6 looks amazing here. And Evan Bouchard in his first season, 24 goals, 41 helpers, 65 points. He's definitely sparking the offense from the defense. And also, Pierre-Luc Dubois, you're sort of living up to your contract. Like, obviously, you're not worth $8.1 million, but so far, you've actually been pretty good for us. And then when it comes to goaltending, I was really surprised that Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen's numbers look like this. 42 wins, 2 shots, a 920 and 255. But hold on, Harrison, a 924 and a 243. I gotta give respect where respect is due. You've been amazing this year. And you know what? All of that means absolutely nothing if we don't win the Stanley Cup. We have the Carolina Hurricanes in the first round. We could get a potential rematch against the Toronto Maple Leafs in the conference finals, and I'd love for that to happen. Like, I would definitely love to get my revenge against the Toronto Maple Leafs, but we gotta take it game by game here. Can't be losing in the first round. We have a 2-1 series lead. Moving into game number 4, things are not looking good for us. Don't lose 3 straight games here. Luckily, we're going to be taking game 5. We'll close on game 6 here. I don't necessarily want to go to game 7. I don't think we're going to have to worry about that. Taking that one in game 6. Also, shout out to Matt Poitras. He's got 10 assists in 6 games. He's doing his thing. That was a great way to start the postseason off. Moving on to the second round here, we're going to be taking on the Columbus Blue Jackets. But I'm still looking at that conference finals matchup. The Toronto Maple Leafs taking on the Pittsburgh Penguins. I am praying that Toronto gets past the Detroit Red Wings. I really want to see that matchup in the conference finals. But maybe we shouldn't focus so much on Toronto getting past Detroit. We got to worry about the Columbus Blue Jackets first. Like, if we can't get past this team, we're not going to see Toronto. But you know what? We're definitely going to be seeing Toronto here. A 3-0 series lead. We're taking Columbus out this week. So Toronto, what happened? I thought you were supposed to be this elite team, but here you are falling in the second round. Pittsburgh's getting by in a sweep here. We're 8-2 in the postseason so far. And after winning 6 straight games, I don't think we plan on stopping against Detroit. Now, it's been a while since I've jumped into any games here. But you know what? If we're going to keep on winning here, I'm not going to have to jump to any games. Are we going to take the Red Wings down to sweep? Yes, we are. We're in the Stanley Cup final. Now, this Pittsburgh Penguins team has been a different type of dominant. 12-2 in the postseason so far. We've won 10 straight games, and now we just need to win 4 more games. We're taking on the Winnipeg Jets in the Stanley Cup final. It's time for Pittsburgh to win their second Stanley Cup in 3 years. But we can't get ahead of ourselves here. Like, the Winnipeg Jets are a great team, so we got to take this game by game. What's going to be happening in game number 1? We're dropping that, and we're dropping game number 3 here. Game number 1 was a statement, though. 2-1 for Winnipeg. They're showing that they got some great defense here. They also have a bit of offense. So we're down 2-1 this series. We can't be losing game number 4, though. Alright, we're off to game 5 elimination. I'm jumping into this one. I don't care if we're up 8-0. I'm jumping into this one. But here we go. We got ourselves game number 5 here between the Pittsburgh Penguins and Winnipeg Jets. Winnipeg's off to a hot start. They're picking up 3 goals in the first period. Okay, I don't think I can make this comeback, but I'm still going to try. Now, the odds I actually make this comeback here, incredibly low. Like, historically low. Like, we're talking like 1%, maybe even 0.5%. But if there is a chance we can get back into this series, we might as well try. Okay. Alright, it's a 2-goal game now. Actually, it's a 3-goal game. We're down 5-1. But yeah, that's a great start. Also, why is Cutter Gaucher the captain? You know what? I'm not going to worry about it. But yeah, that was definitely a great start to the period. Scoring 29 seconds in. You got to keep the pressure on. Right, Cutter Gaucher, you've already got 1 goal in this game. Let's see if you can score another one here. You're cooking in the offensive zone. Let's drop that back to Evan Bouchard and have him tee this one up. Svechnikov's been deflected in front. We got ourselves a 2-goal game. What a deflection by Svechnikov, but what a shot from Evan Bouchard. He's putting this team in a great position here. We're sparking that comeback. Superstar difficulty, by the way. Like, we've scored back-to-back goals here. 2 goals in 3 minutes, and we're on superstar difficulty. We actually might make this comeback. And before I play some really bad defense and they completely screw us. What a big block there by Adam Fantilli. He's going to be saving the game for us. He's keeping us in this game. Alright, Pierre-Luc Dubois, I need you to be the hero here. I need you to make some big-time plays happen here. That is not a big-time play. myself. We're gonna throw up to Miro here. I'm just calling him Miro because if I were to say his full name every single time he touches the puck, we could be here for a minute. We're getting a puck thrown towards the net here. Halbach's gonna freeze that one. We gotta keep that offensive pressure going. Like if I said Ivan Miro Shnichenko every single time he touched the puck, yeah, nothing's gonna get accomplished here. We got screwed there. I think that was Sean Walker. Sean Walker, that is so unfortunate here. We won that puck back to Sean Walker. He had control of it, it got poked away, and then he's going to pick up an interference penalty. That is ridiculous. That is honestly ridiculous. Like, he had a great opportunity to rip that towards the net. So now we have to kill off this penalty and score 2 goals here. The Pittsburgh Penguins are in a real tough spot now. You know what? If we can break the puck out just like that and add until he can score a big-time goal here, he might be in a good spot. He's ripping that one towards the net. How about that's a big-time save? We got 8 minutes left in the game here. It's still a 2-goal game. We're killing the penalty still. We're finally going to be winning a face-off. We'd love to see it. And who's winning the face-off? Of course, it's going to be Cutter Gaucher. The man, the myth, the legend. And he's cooking into the offensive zone here. He's going to try to throw that towards the net. Adam Fantilli's going to get it. Let's cycle that back. Ryan Lynn can throw a shot towards the net. Adam Fantilli had an opportunity. Now that was a big opportunity there. But hold on, he gets another one. If we drop it back to somebody, nobody's crashing that. But Adam Fantilli, he could have banked that off the goaltender. He would have had a goal. Mike Anderson with a massive hit. That's going to try to spark some offense here. Now the boys are rolling. Josh Stone, let's just get this into the offensive zone and then maybe get Halbach to freeze the puck or something. You know what? Maybe you can score here. You're getting a great opportunity. Halbach's making that big time save. But Josh Stone's going to keep crashing the net here. And Adam Fantilli's going to capitalize on that. It's a 1-goal game. That was a big-time play there. Josh Stone never gave up on that play. He's going to find Fantilli in front of the net. We're making this a 1-goal game. We're sparking that massive comeback. The fact that we're in a 1-goal game right now makes no sense. So shout out to Caden Korczak, that's who it was. Seshnikov cooking into the offensive zone. It's going to Sean Walker. Sean Walker tried to delay so we can get over to Seshnikov. Mueller's got the puck behind the net. We just got to freeze it here. But hold on, we got ourselves someone wide open. Mike Anderson, yeah, let's just freeze the puck here. We got 41 seconds left to score another goal. We're putting on all sorts of pressure. I'm not too sure it's going to be enough. Halbach's been amazing so far in the third period. Yeah, we've been able to beat him 3 times, but I don't know if we can beat him 4. So here we go. Bobby Brink, turn on the Jets. You got to get past the defense here. I don't know what he's doing, but he is weaving through. Throw towards net. Fantilli had an opportunity of a lifetime. Halbach made one of the greatest saves I've ever seen. But Bobby Brink, can you tie this up? Halbach with the poke check. Oh my God, we're selling. We are selling right now. Bobby Brink, throw it towards the net. We have another great opportunity, and Adam Fantilli is getting that in the back of the net. 20 seconds left in the game. We've tied it up. What big plays for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Bobby Brink putting on the pressure. Adam Fantilli being in the right spot. I can't even form words right now. We better not lose in overtime. Bobby Brink, what a play. It actually went off the defender into the back of the net. We should have lost. We really should have lost. Adam Fantilli was shooting that wide, but we got so incredibly lucky. Off the defenseman, 20 seconds left. Played great defense for 20 seconds, and we'll be in overtime. Hold on, Josh Jones got himself a breakaway. Can he capitalize here? Halbach making the save of the game. We really almost scored the winner with seconds left, but Halbach said no. Defense, defense, defense. That's all that matters here. Great defense. I know we're going to be able to score goals. We've got to keep the puck out of our net. I don't know what just happened here, but we just picked up a penalty. Now we have to kill a penalty off in overtime here. Yuko Pekka-Luukkonen is making a massive save. What happened? Evan Bouchard picking up the interference penalty. That's not what we need right now. Evan Bouchard, you just can't be picking up a penalty like that. We got to hold it down for 2 minutes here. We need great defense. We can't allow a power play goal. Pierre-Luc Dubois, I need you to win that face-off right there. We got to make sure we're playing good defensively, though. And that was a nice play right there. Poking the puck away. Yuko Pekka-Luukkonen. Let's play that behind the net. I think we can get the puck out of our zone. We're going to be able to. And Pierre-Luc Dubois, you can put some pressure on now. Let's see if we can cook up here. We'll throw that towards the net. All the way has a chance at the winner. That was hooking. You can't convince me that wasn't hooking. Did you see that animation from Dylan Holloway? The rest are being paid off. My heart's absolutely pounding right now. We just need great defense. I don't know what it's going to take for us to win. Maybe a shot like that with a screen in front. Halbach's going to play that puck. Okay, he's getting risky out here. And you know what? It's actually working out for them. Now they're putting the pressure on. Yuko Pekka-Luukkonen, a big save. Let's just crash the net. We got to play good defense. Yuko Pekka-Luukkonen has just been something else in this game. He's the only reason we haven't lost. He's been unreal. Winnipeg's got the full pressure bar maxed out. This is a must-win face-off for us. Pierre-Luc Dubois, you're out here for the biggest face-off of the game. I believe in you. Just tie up the centerman. If you tie up the centerman, we'll be all right here. You're going to win that face-off. Let's just get this out of our zone. We'll kill the full pressure meter off, and then we'll be all right. Now, whatever happens here, I refuse to lose this game for the Pittsburgh Penguins. We battled all the way back here. I'm not allowing this team to lose. I'm going to do everything in my power for us to win this game. If we lose in the next game because of the simulation, I can live with that, but I'm not losing this game right here. Seshnikov, it's time for you to pick up the winner. Let this man weave. He's cooking. He's driving towards the front net. Had a chance to tuck that in, but he was on a bad angle. Hunter Gaucher with a chance. How about went for the poke check? He shouldn't have done that. Great defense is leading to great offense right there. It starts with Evan Bouchard. I don't know how that man made that play in the neutral zone, but he did. The Pittsburgh Penguins creating the greatest comeback in NHL history. They scored 2 early goals in the third period. They ended up scoring 4 goals in the third period. It's going to lead to this goal right here from Hunter Gaucher. 5 unanswered goals for the Pittsburgh Penguins. They did something historic today. But you know what? We still got to win a couple more games. You know what? We got all the momentum now. We're not losing to Winnipeg. Now, this is the play I was talking about with Evan Bouchard. He knows he's going to get lit up here, so what does he do? He plays the puck into the offensive zone. He takes the hit, but he gets the puck into the offensive zone. That's all that matters. Matt Patrick, he's going to put some pressure on it. They're going to turn the puck over, and now the boys are going to work. Hunter Gaucher, he's cooking here. Halbach's going to go for a bit of a poke check, and that was the wrong decision. Hunter Gaucher, the OT winner, that all starts with Evan Bouchard. If he doesn't make this play right here to get the puck into the offensive zone, we don't score that goal. So we made one of the greatest comebacks of all time, but we got to keep on winning here. Winnipeg scoring the first 2 goals of the game. Bro, we're not doing this. I'm not allowed to jump into the third period. You know what? It doesn't matter. No way you guys lost this game. I just made the biggest comeback of all time, only for you guys to allow 5 unanswered to start this game. Look at Seshnikov's numbers. 19 goals, 11 assists for 30 points. Bro couldn't have been much better than this. Matt Patrick, 27 points. Bobby Brink, 19. Like, there's not too many players that could have stepped up more than they did. Yuko Pekka-Luukkonen, 14 wins, 2 shots, and 921 and 253. Not too much more he could have done. Connor Halbach single-handedly won the Winnipeg Jets that Stanley Cup, and he had bad numbers. I'm sorry, but our goaltender posted the best numbers. Yuko Pekka-Luukkonen, like, we're not counting these guys here. They weren't even starters. Jeremy Swayman, he was out in the first round. Yuko Pekka-Luukkonen, a 921 and 253. I am sick to my stomach. Like, I guess Kyle Connor was 10. Zuccarello was amazing. Mark Scheifele was pretty good too. But yeah, this is so disappointing right here. I got nothing to say. Winnipeg's coming out on top. It should have been the Pittsburgh Penguins though. So after that disappointing loss in the Stanley Cup final, we are getting a great prospect here at the 127th overall, leading the potential goaltender. But I don't care. I really don't care. We really lost that Stanley Cup. So I don't know if we've just had bad draft after bad draft, or our scouts aren't doing anything here, but nothing late in the draft here. We're going to try to get a 3rd round pick from the Arizona Coyotes. I'm going to say no to that one. But if you give me Winnipeg's 3rd round pick, like, I mean, same difference here. I think we can get this 3rd rounder. I don't know why there was that much of a difference in trade value. You know what, we'll take it. So Dylan Holloway, I could give you an extension here. Do I want to do that? Do I want to do multi-years here? I don't think I do. Like, I just don't want to pay you that much money to be a 4th-line guy for us. Yes, I'm paying Pierre-Luc Dubois $8.1 million to be a 3rd-line guy. But yeah, this just doesn't make sense for us. And then these 2 80 overalls right here, I mean, if they're willing to sign 2-way contracts, we'll definitely do it. Colson, I think we're going to be walking here. Yeah, we can get this guy on a 2-way contract, so why not? So after that disappointing loss, we just have to move on. We got to move on quick here. Seshnikov, you're looking for an extension. There is no reason I wouldn't give you exactly what you're looking for. But I want to save money, so here's 10.6 for the next 7. You're still getting all the money you want, so I have no issue with that deal right there. Josh Stone, we could do a 2-year deal, let's say like $2.6 million. It's pretty close to what you're getting paid right now. It's actually a bit less, so we're saving a bit of money there. So if I'm willing to pay Josh Stone that amount of money, am I willing to pay Dylan Holloway? Yes, I am. $2.6 million for the next 2. Although he's a 3rd-line guy for us, that's not a bad deal. And then Sean Walker, I think we'll just let him walk. Alright, so a lot of the young guys on this team will continue to get better. Matt Patrick, the superstar X Factor, is an 88 overall. Hunter Gaucher, 5 X Factors. Anthony Philly, 5 X Factors. Bobby Brink, 5 X Factors. And look at Pierre-Luc Dubois down here. He's got himself 3 X Factors on the 3rd line. Still paying him $8 million, but you know what? He's actually worth it now, so you love to see it. The defense looking the exact same as last season. The only difference is the team's better. People looking at 88 overall, 3 X Factors. It's the exact same team, except everyone's better. So if everyone's better, we should be able to win the Stanley Cup. And you know what? So much for last season. I'm feeling so confident. We're going right to the end of the year. I already know for a fact we're going to be sitting top 3, so we don't need to make any changes. So I might have got slightly too confident with this team. 4th in the entire league, a 48, 25, and 9 record. We're no longer in the top 3 here. The offense is still really good. The defense is still really good. So I don't really have any concerns with this team. Like, we're still an amazing team. You saw Ross at the beginning of the season. I'm not going to be too worried. Seshnikov's looking great. He's taking a step back, though. You know what? 87 points is great. Matt Patrick, 85. Anthony Philly, 83. Bobby Prince picked up 80 here. Alex Newhook, he's picking up 70. So you know what? The top 6 is still doing their thing. And When it comes to goaltending, you go back to Lukeman, 40 wins, 1 shutout, and 9-12, and a 265. These are fantastic numbers here. Like, I have no issue with what we did. I don't care if our record's not the best in the world. Our team's still one of the best in the world. We have the New York Rangers to take on the first round, but coming off a very disappointing loss in the Stanley Cup Final, this team certainly got a chip on their shoulder. So with the Pittsburgh Penguins having a chip on their shoulder, I was about to say it wouldn't surprise me if they swept the New York Rangers. That is clearly not happening here. So whatever you do, don't lose 3 straight games here. We're going to be winning game number 4. That's a massive one. We got to win game 5 here as well. And that's what we're doing. We got a bit of momentum now. Let's make it 3 straight wins. And that's exactly what we're doing here. We're off to the second round. So we advanced to the second round here, but it must have been a massive upset or something, because the Montreal Canadiens are advancing and they're only a 40-win team. Philly must have completely choked there. For Montreal, if you're going to be able to take down a top team like the Flyers, you got to be legit. So Montreal's record's not going to show how good of a team they are. Like, if you're beating the Philadelphia Flyers, then you got to be a good team. But what am I talking about? We have a 3-0 series lead, and we're about to sweep this team. It might not be a sweep, but a 5-game series, including 9 goals scored in game number 5, is not the end of the world. So I believe this is our 4th straight conference finals appearance. We won 2 of them. We lost against the Toronto Maple Leafs. You know what? We got to make it a 3-1 record against the Ottawa Senators. Over the past couple of years, I have not had to jump into any games here. You know what? I'm perfectly fine with that. I mean, I did jump into that Winnipeg Jets game, and I might have to jump to one against the Ottawa Senators if we keep losing like this. Luckily, we're going to be stealing game number 5. We've got to steal game 6 as well. And here we are, the Stanley Cup Final. The Pittsburgh Penguins have certainly been here before, and we've been disappointed here. You know what? We're hoping that doesn't happen again here. We won game number 1, but we dropped 2 straight after that. Make it 3 straight. Like, I don't know if the lights are just too bright for this team. I don't know why we can't step up in the big-time games. Jeff Skinner's picking up the first goal. He's actually got himself a hat-trick in this game. We're jumping into the third period. Jeff Skinner's been an absolutely dominant force so far. I also just realized it's on all-star difficulty. I really thought I scored 5 unanswered against the Winnipeg Jets with this thing on superstar difficulty. Nope, it was on all-star difficulty. I just learned that now. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually very disappointed. Like, I thought I scored 5 unanswered against the superstar Winnipeg Jets team. Nope, not quite the case. It was only all-star. You know what? We got the offense going pretty early here. As long as we can stop Jeff Skinner, we're going to be all right. That man is locked in right now. He's got a hat-trick through 2 periods. I'm not allowing that man to score 4 goals. All right, we got to get back onto defense here. Mikey Anderson's turning on the Jets, and we're going to break that play up. That was a big-time move right there. Now, Cutter Gaucher, turn on the Jets. You can get past Arnaud Nurse. That man is tired right now. Let's rip that towards the net. A great deflection, but we're not getting lucky there. I mean, it actually wasn't a great deflection. It was a very unlucky deflection. It was great for the Edmonton Oilers. Not great for us. No, but real talk, I'm actually so disappointed we didn't do that on superstar difficulty against the Winnipeg Jets. And it does explain a lot of things here. Svechnikov is cooking. That man is putting in work right now. Unfortunately, he can't cap it off the goal. You know, like that first goal I scored with Cutter Gaucher against the Winnipeg Jets, I feel like I should have known at that point it wasn't on superstar difficulty. You know what? It's the vibe. Now, so far, we've actually done a decent job. Like, we put a bunch of pressure on Stuart Skinner, but the big thing is we haven't allowed Jeff Skinner to get any great opportunities here. We're turning on the Jets here. Nice spin move. Throw the puck towards the net. Oh, if I got that over to who was that? I don't know who it was in front of the net. But yeah, if we got that pass across, that was a wide open net. Like, I'm pretty sure that was Pierre-Luc Dubois' line, so that means Miro would have been wide open in front of the net here. If we somehow got that pass across, that was an easy goal. But Miro, we couldn't score the goal with you earlier, but now it's time for you to turn on the Jets here. Did not realize you had that type of speed. What is this man's speed rating? That was ridiculous. No, that man was absolutely flying down the wing there. I did not realize he had wheels like that. Shout out to Ivan Miro. That man has wheels. Yeah, Ivan Miroshnichenko, I did not realize he had those wheels. And now that I know that, we're going to try to utilize them a bit more often. Evan Bouchard, you're cooking against your former team here. We got to get this win for you. We got to win you a Stanley Cup with the Pittsburgh Penguins. You haven't seen any success so far in the postseason with us. I mean, we've made it to the Stanley Cup final, but hold on, Leon Draisaitl's interested me here. So we have 8:45 to score 1 more goal here, and that's just enough to tie it up. Eventually, we're going to have to score another goal. Whether that one's in overtime or the third period, I really don't care here. We can't be giving up great opportunities like that, especially to guys like Connor McDavid. I don't know how we didn't block that right there. Brett Pesce, that was a good shot, but how did we not get anyone on that? Like, I feel like we had enough people in front of that. It should have hit somebody there. I even went down to block that shot. I just didn't go down to a great spot. It went right between 2 defenders. That's a tough one. Like, I want to watch this from Brett Pesce's point of view. Like, he's going to tee this up. We drop down to block that shot. Yeah, there's 2 guys there, and neither of them are able to block it. Dylan Holloway, why are you acting like you got hit by the puck here? Bro, that puck did not touch you. You missed it. It went right past Yuko Pekka-Luukkonen because you missed that block right there. Like, I'm sorry, but we can't lose in the Stanley Cup final again here. Evan Bouchard's going to be 0-2 with us. And hold on, we're actually getting back into this game. Dylan Holloway, he's going to make up for it. He knew he should have blocked that shot. And you know what? He's going to put one in the back of the net. He's making this a 1-goal game. And as I was about to say, Evan Bouchard has had no success in the Stanley Cup final. He would have lost that one with the Edmonton Oilers when they took on the Florida Panthers. He's come over to the Pittsburgh Penguins and lost last season to the Winnipeg Jets, and right now he's on pace to lose to the Edmonton Oilers. That can't happen. Evan Bouchard, you deserve to win a Stanley Cup here, and you're going to do it with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Let's keep on cooking here. And hold on, can we do the exact same thing? I think we might do the exact same thing. If you're going to keep leaving Dylan Holloway open like that, we're going to keep on utilizing that play. Win it back to Evan Bouchard, give it to boundary forward, let him cook a little bit, and then we'll feed Dylan Holloway wide open in front of the net. It's a broken play right now. So we got 3 minutes left in the third period here. We just got to play good defense and not give them great opportunities. But if you're going to drop back to Connor McDavid, that's going to give you a great opportunity. And luckily they were offside. Wow, we got so lucky there. The Edmonton Oilers should have capitalized there, but now we're moving up the ice here. And Van Tilly almost had a great opportunity. Okay, Connor McDavid's got the puck and he's weaving through us. Okay, that man is something special. Even in this game, he's a bit broken. So here we go, Pittsburgh Penguins, 50 seconds left in the third period here. As long as we go to overtime, I know we can win this matchup. Bobby Brink, what a nice little weave right there. He's cooking towards the front net. He's giving us an opportunity. Why did I pass that puck right there? I should not have passed that puck. We probably could have tucked in. Zellweger, I need some great defense from you. That is not great defense right there. So we played good enough defense for us to make it to this point right here. We got overtime in an elimination game. The Pittsburgh Penguins have to win this one. If Edmonton wins, they're Stanley Cup champions. It's time for the boys to lock in. Matt Posh, are we really going to pull off this play right here? Nobody crashed towards the front of the net. Why is there nobody crashing the net there? Oh, well that works. Yeah, Matt Posh is going to score the OT winner. I don't even know what the plan was there. I just kind of threw it towards the net, but yeah, we'll take it. Matt Poitras, the OT winner. I gotta watch that goal back. I'm sorry, but how did Matt Poitras score that goal? Originally, the plan was we give it to Matt Poitras here, and then we get ourselves a 2-on-1. But for some reason, Tyler Gaucher went so wide out, and then he got stuck with the ref there. You know what? We're gonna take it because we did score the winner here. But Matt Poitras, how did you score this? Like, this is not the greatest angle in the world. Stuart Skinner, you should have had that. There is no reason that shot should be going in the back of the net, especially on superstar difficulty. Now, I will say one thing. I didn't score 4 unanswered, but I did score 4 goals, including the third period and overtime. In that Winnipeg Jets game, I scored 5 unanswered. I think you could even say that this win right here was actually more impressive than our Winnipeg Jets one. So here we go. We got game 6. I mean, the Pittsburgh Penguins play some great hockey here. We picked up 2 goals in the first period. What happened to the defense? What happened to our defense? We just allowed 6 goals in an elimination game. I am so tired of this team's constant choking after I save the day. That's back-to-back games now. When I've jumped into them, I've scored the OT winner and generated a massive comeback. But nope, we're going to completely choke after that. Like, it's ridiculous. It's honestly ridiculous. Newhook, Poitras, and Van Tilly, I'm sorry. Bobby Brink, I am sorry. I don't know why this team is losing. Like, is there anyone really holding us back here? Sean Walker, Mike Anderson, Ryan Lindgren, you guys are playing great here. You're playing your role. Like Ryan Lindgren, defensive defenseman, Mike Anderson, defensive defenseman. I can't expect you guys to do too much. Sean Walker, you're 34 years old, playing third pairing minutes. Not even on the ice that much. When it comes to goaltending, Mikko Pekka-Luukkonen, maybe I want some better numbers from you at 914 and 270. But it's not even like these numbers are bad. Like Stuart Skinner had a 912 and a 282. So your numbers were better than his. When push came to shove, the Edmonton Oilers offense was just too strong. Do I need to make a change to our offense? Like, I feel like we have a really good offensive team here, but I think we just cracked when the lights are the brightest. So after losing another Stanley Cup here, we are going to be responding in the draft pretty quick, as we're going to be getting a medium top 6 potential right winger who also happens to be a gem. But who cares about that medium top 6 potential player, because we're going to secure in the third round here with the 91st overall pick, a medium league potential power forward. Hopefully this guy's going to be an absolute stud for us in the future. So not too much is going to happen here during the re-sign phase. Sean Walker's going to be leading the team, and we'll find a replacement for the third pairing. Other than that, we're going to rock the exact same team once again here. Alright, now we don't have too many players on expiring deals, but Ryan Lindgren's one of them. And do I want to give him this contract right here? $5.8 million for the next 3. It's a bit expensive for me, especially since he's already 31 years old. And that extension is going to kick in once he's 32. I don't know if that's the move. Dylan Holloway, potentially a future member of the St. Louis Blues. The news just broke today. So yeah, Dylan Holloway, you'd be a great pickup for the St. Louis Blues. I'm going to keep you on this Pittsburgh Penguins team here. 2 years at $2.05 million. I'm just saying, if the St. Louis Blues can finesse Dylan Holloway and Broberg away from the Edmonton Oilers for a second and third round pick, that team's cooking. So show to the absolute legend in Dougie Armstrong. He's putting in big moves right now, and so am I. How about Gorfia? How about 1.1 for the next 3? So after looking at our options here, what would you do with Ryan Lindgren? I think this is the move. Trade him along with one of our prospects and a second round pick over to the St. Louis Blues. Now, Joel Merson, you're an RFA right now, but I'm thinking we can lock you down to a pretty reasonable deal. You're already an 86 overall at 23 years old. You're a good defensive defenseman. And supposedly, according to our scouts, you fit on the first pairing here, and that would be elite for us. We need another great defenseman on our first pairing that has an elite line fit, and you can be that guy for us. Like, Mike Anderson just doesn't have that great line fit that we're looking for. John Wilson, on the other hand, it looks like he does, so welcome to the team. And then we're going to be getting an absolutely fantastic deal done here. It's going to be $6.4 million for the next 8 years. So although that is more than what we're paying Ryan Lindgren, we're getting a much better defenseman who's younger and going to keep on getting better. So Pierre-Luc Dubois, you have dropped from an 87 to an 85 overall. You're 31 years old. And I think it's time that we trade you away here. This might be a controversial decision, but you know what? Players are asking for a lot more money now, and I just can't afford to pay somebody $8 million to play on our bottom six. So Pierre-Luc Dubois, you're going to be shipped over to the Montreal Canadiens. We're going to bring in David Reinbacher. He's going to be a great third-pairing defenseman for us. Only $3 million for the next 3 years. We can make that happen. So I'll include a third-round pick in this deal, and I believe that should be enough for David Reinbacher. They're going to be saying no to that. I'll give up another third-round pick. Like 2 third-rounders should be enough. If they're saying no to that, I'll make the second-round pick. And it looks like that's what we're going to have to do here. So a second rounder included into this deal, and that should be enough for Ryan Bacher. Alright, I guess I'm just completely bugging here. Here's a second and third rounder. Do I really have to give more draft compensation than this? Shouldn't have to, and it doesn't look like we will. So we're actually going to make one free agent signing, and it's going to be a multi-year deal. Zachary Bolduc will do $2.4 million for the next 3 years. You're going to play on the third pairing, and then Caden Korczak, we're actually going to trade you away. Now, I really don't care what we get for Caden Korczak there. I would like a third-round pick, but I don't think we're going to get one. Yes, we are. We're getting a third-round pick from the Dallas Stars. So we made a couple changes to the team over the offseason. We know we had to do that. Patras, Seshnikov, Cutter Gaucher, Alex Newhook, Adam Fantilli, Bobby Brink. All of you guys are going to be sticking around long term. As long as I can keep you here, you're going to be playing for this team. The bottom six are looking pretty similar. The defense is seeing more upgrade with John Wilson here. He's going to be playing on the top line alongside M. Bouchard. I think they're going to be able to do some big things. And when it comes to goaltending, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, why don't you drop down to an 85 once again? I will never understand goaltending progression in this game. You know what? We don't have to worry about it. We know we're going to be one of the top teams. We know we're going to compete for a Stanley Cup, and we know we're going to lose in the Stanley Cup final. It happens every year. So the way this team's looking at the trade deadline, I decided to simulate it right to the end of the season because there's no way any team's going to be ahead of us. The Montreal Canadiens had a 56-19-7 record. We had a 56-20-6 record. That is incredibly tough. Although our offense was significantly better than theirs, their defense was slightly better than ours. Like, I mean slightly. They allowed 2 goals less than us. You know what? I think the Pittsburgh Penguins are a better team. I believe in what we built here. Seshnikov, an amazing season from you. 98 points here. Patrick, 22. Evan Bouchard, 83 points here. He was plus 44. So it looked like picking up John Wilson was definitely the right move. And Tilly was great. Newhook was great. Cutter Gaucher was great. The entire team was great. In goaltending, you already know Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen is holding it down. No surprise there. But he's still an 85 overall. For the numbers this man has put up, he should be sitting at an 88, 89 overall. You could probably make the argument he should be a 90 overall. But no, that's not really the case here. We have the New Jersey Devils in the first round. It's time to make it back to the Stanley Cup final. And then do something we're not known for doing. Winning when the lights are the brightest. Alright, so it's time for Pittsburgh to lock in here. We know the first round should be a breeze for us. We dropped game number 1. We're winning game 2. Alright, we're still up in the series here. Whatever you do, don't lose game number 4. I don't want the series to be tied. Let's take commanding 3-1 series lead, and then we'll close out with game 5 here. Winning 4 straight games. This team's figured it out. So we've won 4 straight games after dropping game number 1. We're moving into the second round. We're going to see the Philadelphia Flyers. I'm fully expecting the matchup against the Montreal Canadiens in the conference finals. That team's looking elite, and so are we, so I'm not too worried. So let's just take this game by game against the Philadelphia Flyers. We won 4 games in a row, but that streak is dead, and we got... That didn't happen. That didn't happen. That really didn't happen. I was about to say we got swept, but then I didn't feel like saying those words, because I didn't think it was possible. Now, I could have jumped into game number 4 here. You know what? I felt confident that I could simulate 4 games, and the Pittsburgh Penguins wouldn't lose 4 in a row. But apparently, I was crazy. Nope, I was insane for thinking that. Bobby Brink, 7 points. I think we had 6 points in the first round. I don't want to know anyone scoring on this team. I want to know who wins the Stanley Cup. We're moving right to the draft. This is ridiculous. Never mind. I will highlight the Stanley Cup champion because it's the Edmonton Oilers again. This ain't right. So like usual, after a massive disappointment in the draft, what are we going to be getting? A medium-league potential goaltender that's also a gem. So we have a prospect that could potentially turn into something. Who cares if we can't win? So what's going to happen next season to make this team even better? Who are we going to have to re-sign here? Nobody. Literally every single person on this team is under contract for next season, and I'm expecting a different result here. Definitely not a good sign. Alright, so we didn't have to re-sign anyone, but we do have to go with some extensions. We're always, I'm willing to keep you around as long as you're looking for a reasonable deal. This is not reasonable. $4.2 million. You are a third-line player for us. I'm not giving you that much money. Mike Anderson, we're going to let you walk here. Josh Dolan, what are you going to be looking for? You're playing 4th-line minutes. You're only asking for 2.6. We can do 2.5 for the next 2 years. But you know what? We do have a lot of money to work with here. Burrows, what if we lock you down to a long-term deal here? Even skill. You're asking for a lot of money here. I'll do a 4-year deal, but you have to accept 3.9 million. That's the only way I'll do this deal. Because on top of that, we also have to make sure that Yuko and Lukeman's sticking around long term. And that's going to be a 4-year deal at $7 million. Now we do have $11 million to work with. And that means we can sign one.
Bye.